Okay, we'll call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our first presentation this morning is from the Coquitlam Public Library. I'd like to invite Mr. Jack Tremblay and Ms. Savannah Harwood to come forward. They're going to give a presentation on behalf of the library.
Now, do we have any alternative to having to sit through all of these presentations? Like,
no, I'm afraid we're committed.
You think we're committed?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Well, this will be shorter.
No, we're so good to see you. So good to see you.
Oh, sure.
Happy birthday to the library. Yes, thank you. Tomorrow.
Good morning. Thank you very much for allowing me to come here to make a presentation to you regarding the Coquitlam Public Library. I must apologize in advance. After having done 2 hours of work last night on my presentation, I left it on the counter in my entrance looking for a comfortable pair of shoes, which was really irritating. So I'm going to be winging it this morning. As you can see, our main venues are our City Center branch, our brand new branch that is 1 year old as of yesterday, and our Poirier branch, which was renovated in 2009. The mission of the library is delivering high-quality service, enhancing access to information of all kinds to all the people of Coquitlam, planning for growth, innovation, and improvement, promoting freedom to read and literacy, which is extremely important in this day and age, and being responsive to the needs of the community by welcoming all to our libraries. There's a picture there of one of the ways that we are working with innovation and working with children is this year we've started a Lego club so that children can come in and work on Lego projects together. And what was really special about this project is that most of the Lego was donated through the community. Our goals are to strengthen communities, neighborhoods, and families, to build community prosperity, to build individual success, to achieve excellence in the workplace, to increase active participation in the library, and sustainability of services and infrastructure. And the photo you see there is our summer reading club of this year. We had approximately 1,100 children involved in our summer reading club, many of whom came for their medal presentation. And there's nothing quite like going to a medal presentation for children who have spent the summer reading to give one the feeling that you're doing the right thing in this world. Our goals in strengthening neighborhoods, I'm going to give you one example instead of running through all the examples of everything that we do that matches each of our goals because we could be here for a long time. I'm going to give you one example. And one of our strongest examples for strengthening neighborhoods is our book bus to the Cottonwood Park area of Coquitlam. This is a neighborhood with many families that come from areas of the world where there are no public libraries, where language is an issue, where there are barriers to coming to the library. And we go out to them on Saturdays. We have 2 wonderful staff that go out there. Most of the children know Sal, know him by name. And those families truly appreciate the fact that they have access to the riches of our community, of our library, and it comes to them on a weekly basis. We also go to the Cottonwood Park area. The city puts on a very great evening, and the library attends as well, with the fire department and a number of other municipal groups, and how we work together to make that little area of the world feel like it's a part of Coquitlam, that they've come to the right place. It really is one of the most wonderful things that I get to do through the year is to go and do crafts with kids and help them to realize that they are part of a bigger world. We are, I believe, the only library in the province that offers a 15-hour set of citizenship classes. If you can't build individual success for newcomers to Canada better than giving them assistance in helping with their citizenship test. And if you've actually ever looked at the citizenship book and read it and tried to answer the questions, you'd be amazed how many Canadians could not answer those questions. We are very, very pleased to be able to do this, working with volunteers in the community. Our goals, active participation in the library. We were absolutely thrilled when SFU approached us to do the Philosophers' Cafes, because people can come together, come to the library, and discuss issues of the day. And I think that's an important option to offer people in a community. The other program that we're very pleased with is Stories and Songs for People with Developmental Disabilities. We have a lot of people who come to the library that are disabled with their caregivers, but there isn't really a program, so we are doing a program with them now so that they can come together with stories and songs to be together and be part of the library as well. In the aspects of community prosperity, we handle a lot of AGMs, meetings. Our meeting rooms are constantly being booked, and will be more so now that we get new software that allows people to do this. We work with all kinds of groups, including something like Avia Employment Services that use our facilities this year to offer employment information to people looking for jobs. We also offer programs for individuals learning how to do investments, how to do planning, wills, legal information. I think there's one thing, and working with Community Volunteer Connections that came and used our facility this year to assist their volunteers in getting connected to the community. Excellence in the workplace. I had to think about this once when I did this, and I realized that without our staff, we would be absolutely nowhere. Our teen librarian actually won an award in the Tri-Cities for his work. We have two people there in the picture there, Seema and Shirley, that give service in multiple languages. Our book bus staff, with the crazy blue guy in the middle there, are so well known that they know them by name. Kids come running out to talk to Sal. I'm especially proud of our young staff. They've brought a new energy and enthusiasm to the library that I am really, really proud to be associated with. 2013 has been a very big year. These statistics are based on January, September, 2012, 2013, because that's what I had at the time when I put the budget together. So library visits are up 24%. Public computing sessions up 73%. Increase in membership, 7%. The boring rate is up 12%. And that's an amazing statistics when you know that there are many libraries that boring statistics are actually decreased. Our program attendance is up 21%. Our children's programs are actually overbooked. We've had to send people away because the room is too full. Information transactions up 6%. Overdrive ebook borrowing up 30%, and website sessions up 29%. We have a Reading Buddies program picture that we have there. This is one of the programs that we have in the library where children that are having difficulty with schoolwork and especially reading are paired up with a teen who gets to do their community service hours together. It's a win-win situation for everyone in the community, and it is also oversubscribed. How are we doing? It's not just the numbers. I'm known as the queen of stats at the library. I love stats, but sometimes it's more than just stats. And so I had our staff at the end of the programs talk to the people who come to the programs and write down what they say. It's not just about the numbers. What do people say? We get to meet other parents. Storytime gives us a purpose to get out of the house. This is a great opportunity for our only child to socialize and interact with young children. This was time well spent on Saturday afternoon, looking forward to more presentations in the future. And this is an adult that came to a musical presentation that was done at the library. Another quote, there are many ESL families in the community and they learn English along with their children. This beautiful new library is also a gathering place with free programs where everyone feels welcome. And that group is a group of ESL learners that came for a tour, so families together coming for a tour. On our citizenship classes. Citizenship classes were very helpful. It would have been very hard to understand everything by reading the book on our own, so it was very helpful to have a person explain everything, and we would understand most of the things taught in the class. I think some parts of the citizenship are probably not understandable by any Canadian, but that's the way it is. At the top, we have our picture of Reading Link Challenge, and the team from Panorama from Coquitlam won the Reading Link Challenge. We've been very, very successful in this program. And if you ever get a chance to come to Reading Link Final, it really is extraordinary to see kids compete in reading. Like, it's just totally amazing. I sort of poo-pooed it myself when I first heard about it. I thought, oh yeah, what would it be? And then I went and saw it. It really was amazing. Kids just got so involved. The lower picture there is of our citizenship class, people from all kinds of backgrounds, from all over the world coming and learning about our country. That program I'm especially proud of. We are a welcoming community partner, and we work with many agencies in this community, including School District 43, SHARE, Success, ISS, Interlink, and the New to BC project and the Welcome to Coquitlam project. And a little story that I wanted to tell you about New to BC is a project that is involved with Interlink. The libraries of the Lower Mainland received a large grant from the provincial and federal governments in assisting newcomers to Canada to integrate. And one of the projects is a Library Champions project. And we were they had done a few of them on the North Shore. And I was concerned about our doing it because I thought, how are we going to get people who want to volunteer to be champions? And I talked to the people of the project and I said, go ahead, let's do it. We put out the message and we need 13 library champions. On the first day we had 17 people apply. About 2 days later, we had 43 applications. The last time I checked, we had over 100 people in this community apply to be a library champion. If that doesn't tell you that the library has some kind of impact in the community, I don't know what does. So what do we do besides all the wonderful things I've been talking about? What do we have? We have books, we have newspapers, we have magazines, DVDs, CDs, learning kits, Daisy readers for the blind, and audiobooks. We cover databases, ebooks, e-journals, e-audio, e-newspapers, and more. And there's just an example of some of the things we include, including Game of Thrones. Our services include, and this is just a small portion of what we do, baby time, story time, special children's events, reading buddies, Lego Club, the French Club, the Homework Help Club, school visits, reading links, summer reading club, teen club, family play and learn at Coquitlam Center Mall, citizenship classes, computer classes, adult book clubs. We service over 70 book clubs in this community. Book a librarian, where someone with a new piece of technology can book a librarian for an hour. Can you help me find out how this thing works?
Nice photo.
And home delivery for the disabled. We take books to seniors' homes and to their homes for those who cannot make it to the library. And there we have one of our Coquitlam residents reading a book at the mall. Our voice. We have a web page. We are on Facebook. We are on Twitter. We provide columns to the local newspapers. We are in Snapped every month. We have a wonderful book blog. We communicate, but the most important way that we communicate is with personal contact with the members of our community of all ages. This is one area that I think we have to be working on and to improve, quite frankly. Most libraries are notoriously bad at marketing themselves, and we have to find a better way of doing this. Our future plans. We are going to be purchasing a license for Learning Express software, which will allow people to use our computer lab to go in and be taught how to use Word, Excel, PowerPoint. They'll be able to plug in their headphones, and they'll actually be able to follow lessons to teach them how to do this. We are looking at an integrated ebook collection so that our ebooks, which are difficult to find and difficult to download only because there's only one vendor in town, to have that integrated into our catalog so it's a more seamless approach to finding our materials. And computer hardware and software for a creative space. One of the things that I really would like to do, and I think there's a real need in the community, is have photo and document scanning days so that people can come in on a Saturday and get assistance with scanning those photos they've always wanted to do and they don't have the equipment or knowledge to do so, or documents. Come into the library. We've actually had one of the community groups bring us a very large document, and we weren't able to scan that thing for them properly because we just didn't have a big enough scanner. They're actually considering, I think, getting us the bigger scanner so that other community groups can do the same thing. Sustainability and infrastructure. The Poirier Library decreased use of electricity 5% last year. We are recycling donated books through sales, and we are accepting donated books, and we are getting a lot of donated books from our Korean community, which we're very happy with them. Our telephone system has finally been updated. It was somewhere around 20 years old, I believe. It is now less costly than it was earlier this year, and it's easier to use. We are planning for a 5-year replacement of computer equipment, and we are working with the city to simplify our repair and maintenance process. A watchful eye. So what are we doing with the dollars? We're controlling staffing costs, which is our biggest cost. Researching multiple vendors for all the things that we purchase, and trying to be efficient in the way we purchase. We increased our photocopy costs this year to cover expenses. We plan to do fundraising through our donor wall that was built in the new library, increase book sales, staff public services as a priority, so we want our staff up front as much as possible, and encourage room bookings to increase revenue, and we've already increased revenue this year. What are we requesting in 2014? Union contract increase, which is at $104,457. Additional funding for building maintenance and pages, which is to basically cover the size of the building. It's just taking longer to put the books back on the shelves because they have to travel that much further, and because our circulation is up. And sustainable capital for sustainable reserves for capital assets. And there is an error there. It should say van, public computers, not furniture, computers and security equipment at $50,500. This was recommended by the City Finance Department so that instead of every 7 years we come to you, or 8 years, and say we need $30,000 for our new van because that's part of our service, taking books back and forth, and the van is what we use. Instead of doing that, setting aside money every year so that at the time that we have to purchase it, we've got the money in. I just want to talk a little bit about literacy. This is very dear to my heart, and I really wanted to show the picture of those two boys sitting in that chair. Literacy in all its forms. We are committed to providing the best possible service in the promotion of literacy and assisting all members of our community, that's all members of our community, with their information and recreational needs. From the youngest to the most senior, we are here to serve everyone. You see two little boys reading in our Poirier Library, and down at the bottom we have our inimitable Teresa Raymond, who goes to seniors' homes and to care homes to deliver books to people who still want to read and feel that need, that it's keeping them a part of their world. Neil Gaiman is a very famous young adult and author, and this was in the Guardian newspaper and made quite a splash. And it was a very long column on the need of libraries. So I took this little piece out because I thought it was very, very interesting. Why our future depends on libraries, reading, and daydreaming. Fiction has two uses. It's a gateway drug to reading, the drive to know what happens next, to want to turn the page, the need to keep going, even if it's hard, because someone's in trouble and you have to know how it's all going to end. That's a very real drive, and it forces you to learn new words, to think new thoughts, to keep going. Fiction is something you build up from 26 letters and a handful of punctuation marks, and you alone create a world and people in it and look out through other eyes, and you're going to be slightly changed. Thank you for your continued support. I would like to take a moment to thank very much two people in the finance department, Arlene and Sheena, who helped me get through the financial end of this process that I've gone through. I couldn't have done it without you. And the City IT department, who has always been extremely helpful to the library. Thank you very much.
And I'll take the opportunity to express our thanks to finance, particularly those two individuals, because they help us get through the next few days as well.
I can imagine.
Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thanks very much for that presentation. And I think I can speak for all of Council in thanking you for your great work in the last several months. Under there's change and there's growth at the same time, and you're stepping in to help manage that is much appreciated. And I think I can speak for all of Council as well in saying how much we appreciate the good news that the big investment that the people of Coquitlam made in the new City Centre Library seems to be really paying off with increased numbers of card holders, both resident and non-resident, increased circulation of printed and AV materials, increased e-circulation, increased even holds, and actually really a lot. And this is interesting. I see that in statistics I have, that reserve requests has increased 92%. And I'm wondering if that means we don't have enough of certain books on on hand?
Well, that's an interesting question. It comes with, I think it's a two-part thing. Yes, we certainly need to up our book budget, our materials budget, absolutely, without a doubt. We have one of the lowest per capita materials budget in the province. But one of the big changes is having a new ILS, our new integrated library system, allowed people, we were working with a 20-year-old system. The system now allows you to find materials more easily, and placing a hold is a click once. Before, you actually had to enter your name multiple times. Each time you wanted to put a hold on something, you had to re-enter your card and everything. You don't have to do that anymore. As soon as we put that process in, holds literally shot through the roof.
I see. So it made it easier for people to put those reserves. Good. All right. Well, that it all speaks, I think, to the fact that anybody who's visited the City Center Library will see, and at the Poirier as well, that these are not sort of traditionally minded, old-fashioned libraries. They are community centers that focus on literacy and learning, bringing people together. There's study groups that go on, there's reading clubs, and
I was speaking to one of our librarians, our library staff, on Thursday, because I was there for a large multicultural event that happened. And the staff told me that they actually have to turn away at the City Center branch half of the people that come to use for study rooms because they're all completely booked.
yeah, that's tremendous.
It's literally a question of if you build it, they will come. Well, you built it, and they're coming.
That's excellent. So let's just drill down into your budget requests for the year a little here. Union contract increases for $104,000. There we go there. Thank you for putting that up. Can you tell us a little about what this new contract entails and why these extra costs?
Well, the contract itself was, I believe, a 1.5% increase, and I wish I had my book here with me. There were two or three positions that actually rose in pay because of the change of the work that actually had been done a lot. Positions that had been created years ago where the incumbents are now doing virtually nothing what was initially in their job description that required upping. There were some increased costs in health and benefits, but they were very, very minimal, really. The main increase was in the cost of the contract itself.
Now, I know that libraries are now going to be open on Sundays all year long. Was that a major new expense?
Our being open Sunday all year long came out of this new contract because we got rid of the time and a half on Sundays. So instead of paying, if you're paying $20 an hour and Sundays you're paying $30 an hour, you're now paying $20, there's a premium per hour. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it was a minimal premium per hour. So getting rid of that time and a half on a Sundays made a huge difference. It allowed us now to be open all year on Sundays.
So this wasn't, this $104,000 didn't, like half of it's not for the Sunday opening. You were actually able to negotiate that in the contract? That
was negotiated into the contract. Yeah, we were very fortunate. What we gave up, if you want to call it that, is giving part-time people the ability to have longer holidays. They were all maintained at 3 weeks holidays. Now if you work, say, I don't know, Canberra's 10 years, you get 4 weeks holidays. But those are unpaid holidays. Part-time staff are not on paid holidays, they're unpaid holidays, but they felt that after a certain number of years, something that the union staff wanted. So we made it work for us so that we can give them additional unpaid holidays, and we took the not having time and a half on Sundays. I thought it was a pretty good deal on our part.
Good. So the second part is additional funding for building maintenance and pages, which is the shelving of books and things like that. Now, you're making do without that extra funding right now. Is that correct?
Well, what we're doing when we need additional maintenance work, we're having our maintenance fellow do the extra work that has to be done and then calling somebody else in to do the driving for him because we have deliveries twice a day. What we'd like to do is to have somebody even come in on Saturdays and do driving and maintenance on Saturdays as well because the library is very, very busy. The facility is 3 times as big as the old City Center branch. As for pages, it's really a matter of physics. It takes that much longer to go to the children's shelves and shelve the books. It takes that much longer to shelve them because instead of shelving in a, say, 10-foot range, you're shelving over a 30-foot range. It takes longer to do.
Okay. Thanks very much.
And I want to thank Councillor O'Neill, of course, who's our representative on the library board, so he knew the correct questions to ask in order to elicit the answers that he was hoping to achieve on the public record. I thank you very much. That was helpful. You didn't answer. Yeah, you didn't answer. They weren't stumped. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not financial at all, really just curiosity. So you talked about the
Can I ask a favor? I have a little bit of a hearing problem. Can you speak? Thank
sure.
you.
The statistics you quoted earlier about increases in circulation, increases in absolutely every activity.
Sorry?
Increases in every activity at the library.
Almost, yes, every activity of the library.
And what I'm curious about is whether those apply reasonably equally across both branches or whether it's more at City Centre or at the other.
It is more at City Centre. There's, well, it's a new library. There's a lot of people in this neighborhood. We're right close to a high school. There's definitely that. But I was looking quite closely at some of the stats from Poirier, and Poirier is holding its own. It's not gone down markedly. It's not gone up markedly. There are some months where the circulation is actually higher at Poirier. There are more people coming to City Centre, but it's fairly even.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you. In the financials, you have a lot of people coming now. You say that you've increased and you're getting all kinds of folks coming for all kinds of programs, which is wonderful. But in the revenue side, is there anywhere in the revenue side that you can predict that you're going to be collecting a lot? You know, it would be lovely to see the revenues come up in here.
Sir, can you repeat that last part?
Are you able to?
Jack's going to explain it.
More revenues? If more people are coming into the building, presumably they're going to be doing more like photocopying, that sort of thing? Is that what you're...
Well, anything. Have you got any programs that would be, you know, sort of revenue producing? Or are they all free programs?
Well, they're all free programs. Well, programs another thing. There are libraries that are now starting to look at charging for programs.
And I understand that. So what I'm trying to say is, even for some of the programs, if maybe we could have... I've heard in, I think it's Vancouver or Burnaby, they have a membership card for $5 or something for a child. It lasts for any program in the library for the year, and adults $1 a session or...
I don't think we can't charge for membership cards. That's not allowed by provincial statute.
It wasn't a membership card. It was just was like a pass to come to all the programs. So $5 a year would allow someone into any program that the library offered for the year.
I'm not familiar with that, and I haven't heard anything like that from Vancouver or Burnaby.
I'll find out.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm with people from Vancouver and Burnaby today, and I'll ask them.
Okay, so ask Richmond too. I can't remember.
I'm sitting with people from Richmond at a conference.
I'd like to know what revenue programs, as small as they may be, that we could look into.
People are talking about having homework programs but they are hiring teachers. Uh-huh. And so it's an offset cost. I don't know that it's making the library any money, but there are programs there are people that are looking at that right now. No, but it's offsetting costs.
That's not a favorite of mine. I'm looking for something to offset some cost to the library.
I realize that, and that's something I'm sure all libraries are going to be looking at in the future.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
One of the things we're looking at is marketing, doing a better job marketing our room space. We have a lot of room space there, and we haven't done as good a job marketing that as we should have. And that's something we're looking at 2014 to improve that, not only to the nonprofits, which obviously don't get charged, but to business communities. They can come in and have events or seminars that they can rent out our rooms on an hourly basis for. So that's something we're looking at as well.
We have changed a couple of our policies as well, so that we will be able to give people the opportunity to rent the room more than once a month. At the second rental for the month, we start charging them. For example, TransLink is using our rooms in the next few weeks, and we will be getting revenue from their second and third use of that room. We are getting room booking software, which will allow people to go on the internet, on our site, see what rooms are available, and then book it right then and there. It will be monitored. We'll be able to, we will be able to say yay and nay depending on who the group is, but we will be offering that service in the very near future. The software is ready to go.
But don't you want to make sure we're getting the right type of groups in there?
It is a monitored system. It's not automatic. You apply. You can apply online, give us all your information when you want it. You don't get the room until it's confirmed by us.
And book sales and things like that? Yeah.
We have book sales, and we're working with the Friends of the Public Library. The Friends had the major book sale this past year. They got leave from the union to have the book sale. They had a book sale this year and made, a nominal amount of money. They learned something from it, and we'll be doing it again next year. Mm-hmm. And the proceeds do come to the library.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
And clearly, you're not being that restrictive as to who gets to use these rooms. Your standards are low enough to allow TransLink in, so that's good. Councillor Wilson.
The book sales, I think the Rotary clubs in Chilliwack host a huge book sale every year, and they make a phenomenal amount of money, so I think it's great that you're starting that. The room naming and that sort of thing that you were working on, that in here it says something about policies. There are policies governing the room naming.
Yeah, part of it, Chris, we've just... Sorry.
Okay. The PA system in here is designed so that our voices reach the back rows, but not so they reach the middle of a circle, because the middle of a circle is always horrible acoustics.
Sorry.
Our apologies. But you have to speak.
I got to speak.
You have to speak into the microphone, because there's undoubtedly thousands of people at home watching this.
Oh dear.
Dozens.
Part of our 2014 objectives with the board is to focus in on the marketing of the rooms as well. We've just got that started last year, and some of the things, that's one of the things we want to do is market those rooms more effectively to get more financing for those rooms. The other issue is to, when we look at those rooms, whoever puts their name to the rooms is maintaining those rooms as well. So if there's a requirement for maintenance for new carpet or painting or maybe possibly new equipment needs to be replaced, we have to look and see that the people who have their name on it be responsible for that as well. So it reduces the cost for us and reduces the cost of the taxpayer as well. We're also looking at a form of estate planning too, where we can actually market people who want to provide funding, giving funding from an estate to have that going into the library as well, particularly as it focuses through the Coquitlam Foundation as well. So we can have funds available for the community on that as well. So there's a couple things we want to do in 2014. We've had some interesting things happen this year that sort of put us back a bit, but certainly come 2014, those are the kind of things that we want to produce revenue on, we're going to focus in on this year. So.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Very good. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And tomorrow, if you can drop by from 10 to...
10:30.
10:30, our first year anniversary. We have cupcakes and little treats and stuff, so feel free to come by City Center Library. Just what you need, May, yes? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And one day only, you can borrow any book for free.
Thank you, Worship. Our next presentation is Strategic Initiatives. Mr. Gravel is here to provide a presentation on behalf of his department.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Maurice Gravel. I'm the General Manager of Strategic Initiatives. First, I'd like to review the organizational structure. In administration, there's 1.5 people there. That's basically myself. My role is to provide leadership and oversight to the 3 divisions, and I also have a half-person clerical time to provide administrative assistance to the department. Under facilities and planning, the manager there responsible is Brent Cormack. We have basically 3 areas under that division. We have capital projects delivery. And just recently, in May of this year, we took over parks construction and facility construction for smaller projects. Previous to that, strategic initiatives looked after the main large type projects only in the facilities. That would be projects like the new library we opened last year, Pori Ice, and projects of that nature. So basically now under this new umbrella, we're looking after all facilities projects from $10,000 right up to $25–30 million, and parks construction as well. Parks design remains in the Parks Department, and they work through that process. That being said, we are currently creating linkages with Royal's department to work through the design process with them, so that when we have plans that we're able to effectively build and manage and deliver a park project on time and on budget. The other part of that department deals with facilities operations, and that's the day-to-day operations of all the facilities within the city of Coquitlam. We have approximately 87 facilities, including all the city hall, fire department, works yard, parks, washrooms, you name it. There's about 87 in total. Plus we have approximately 18 rental houses that we have. These are houses that we purchase for future park construction. In the meantime, while we're waiting for the project funding to come along for those park development, we rent out those houses in the interim. We bring in income, and we use it as a revenue source until such time as the park is ready to go to construction. And the final section of that area is preventative maintenance, and we're looking at what we can do to maximize our operating dollars in terms of maintenance. It's essentially replacing the right component at the right time, so we maximize our maintenance dollars in all our facilities. The next division is lands and properties, and the manager for that is Prresentation. And in this division, we oversee our land portfolio. Most of our land is located in the city center. We have a little bit of land left in Smiling Creek, and a lot of land that's coming up for development in the Partington Creek area, now that plan has been recently approved by council earlier this year. This includes buying and selling of land and leases. And what we'd like to do in this department is provide strategic advice to other city departments and council on land matters, so we can make the best decisions on our land portfolio for many years to come. Sorry. The final division is the Evergreen line team. The manager for that is Ian Radnich. Now, Ian is currently working over in the planning and development section. And in the meantime, we've hired Tracy Kyle, who's a professional engineer, who will be joining us on November 25th to kind of fill that hole starting November 25th. Our major role now is liaising with the province, the contractors, and other agencies. And really what we try to do is capitalize on all potential opportunities resulting from the Evergreen Line project. Some of our key accomplishments under strengthening neighborhoods, the Evergreen Line project, our street enhancements. SI's role is to work with other levels of government, that could be senior levels, as well as other municipalities, to develop partnerships. And for example, we did a lot of work and a lot of negotiations with both the province and the city of Burnaby to come up with a plan for landscaping the median. The guideway goes right up the middle of the road, and half of the property is in Coquitlam and half of it is in Burnaby. So we spent a lot of time working with Burnaby. They've been very cooperative, and we have a plan that is developed and approved and will provide a very aesthetic pleasing median underneath the guideway on North Road. As well as we have worked with TransLink to leverage funding for them for the Clark Road improvements, where we're doing improvements to the streetscape there as well. And so we're really working with senior levels of government to really maximizing the opportunities on the Evergreen Line, because there are a lot of opportunities available, and we want to make sure we make the best use of them. With respect to the or the Coquitlam Transportation Transit Integration Plan, our role in SI was to strategically partner with TransLink so as to determine how to best include a future transit exchange along the new Coquitlam station, how it could be best improved for the longer term, and our objective was to maximize development opportunities and encourage active transportation choices. With that work, that will feed into the Coquitlam neighborhood plan, which Mr. McIntyre talked about yesterday, which will be undertaken in 2014. That will be used as a tool in the planning process to gain public input, and that will ultimately come back to council later in next year for review and approval. Expanding local jobs and prosperity with the Portman Highway 1 project. Well, we spent the last 4.5 years working with the province on the Portman project and basically working at a very high level to leverage them. Our main role for a few years there was to try to manage all the traffic impacts, the impacts that we have encountered to accommodate this $3 billion project. And a lot of it relates to construction and closures and that, and we did a lot of work to try and keep those to a minimum. There's always going to be traffic impacts, but we worked hard and we led the King Edward Overpass project on behalf of the province, working with all the businesses down in the United Boulevard area to minimize those impacts as much as possible, as well as working with the province to gain good access in and out of the United Boulevard area. That is quite a commercial district with a lot of businesses, and we want to promote the prosperity of that area, and also making sure that people can get through the Portman Highway 1 corridor as it moves through Coquitlam, and a big part of our work was working on the signage and dealing with the provincial government and that, and with council's assistance this year and a lot of meetings, and with the assistance of Public Works as well, we were able to achieve everything that council wanted to in terms of the signage, because there were some challenges there, and I believe that when it's all done, people will be able to move through that corridor and actually know where they're going and be able to get on and off in an effective manner. With the Evergreen line project, our goal has been to work cooperatively with the Evergreen line project team, the provincial team, and to capitalize on opportunities. One example of this is, of course, the Lincoln Station, which is moving forward. We have partnered with the province of British Columbia, the owners of Coquitlam Centre, and have leveraged P3 Canada for a $7 million P3 grant to help fund that station. So these are all things that we can do working with higher levels of government to get maximum results or deliverables for the city of Coquitlam as part of that major project. Under active participation and creativity, we completed the covered dry floor facility study, and the design process is underway. Basically, the study identified a very pressing need for covered space for lacrosse, ball hockey, and soccer. We brought a report to council on July 29th of this year. Council approved this project. It's a $3.9 million project, which will include a covered fabric structure and related amenities. And what we've also included in the project is washrooms and change rooms for the user groups that are using this facility. The longer-term multi-use study is in progress. That's expected for completion next year in 2014. And we're working closely with Parks and Recreation in that regard. Enhancing sustainability of city services. We completed design and tendering for the Burke Mountain Fire Hall. As some of council were on the construction tour we had about a month and a half ago, you can see, or if any of you have driven by, it's a very challenging site, a huge excavation. Anyway, we started construction in July and we're well on our way now. And this project's moving forward for completion next fall. We completed the facility condition assessment study. This study was actually completed by Parks and Recreation because when it was delivered to council earlier this year, that was still part of that mandate. But with the reorganization, this has come over to strategic initiatives. And this really deals with periodic component replacement and the funding for that. And by that, we mean the big items that are in our facility, the roofs, the boilers, the HVAC systems. The study completed an inventory of the components, a condition assessment on those components, and related funding needs. And I'll talk a little bit more about that just later on in the presentation. So under key accomplishments for 2013, with respect to conceptual planning in the Northeast, We've done a lot of work on our lands in Smiling Creek, south of David Avenue, and conceptual planning, and lands in Partington Creek in the vicinity of Gilsison and Mitchell Street. And the important thing to note here is that we are phasing our land development activities. One, it allows us to take money out of our land reserve to fund these development of these properties, and to put money back into the system, and also minimizes our risk so that we don't have huge amounts of infrastructure in the ground at any time. So by phasing it, we can service the land and get money back out of the land when we sell the lots. One of the things that we've done recently is we've created and sold 29 lots in the Smiling Creek neighborhood just recently, and they sold for about $12.75 million. So there is a fairly strong market. Those lots all sold within 2 weeks into the private sector. So the market continues to be relatively stable. However, that being said, we need to keep our eye on it to make sure that as we develop, we're not putting excessive amount of money into infrastructure, so that we're able to recover those monies in a timely manner and return those funds to the Land Sale Reserve Fund. Strategic Initiatives is the lead with the school district on all data and information and negotiations, and we've had a number of meetings this year on their land requirements, and the school district, as council is aware, is going through a process right now on 4 properties, 3 of them that are specific to Coquitlam in terms of land disposition, and we've been working with them and talking to them about that, as well as we've dealt with them on a number of major projects and working to coordinate through some of the major activities, one being Centennial School, which was in the planning stages for the last year and a half, and Centennial School, as council is aware, has been a contract was awarded just about a month ago to start construction. So we work very closely on these major projects, as well as the highest priority now for the school district is to get a school, an elementary school in the Smiling Creek neighborhood, and the school district are moving forward with their design of that. And strategic initiatives, along with our partners at Parks Recreation, are working closely with the school district now on the concept, and we'll ultimately bring that concept forward to council probably early next year for review and approval. As I mentioned previously, we have accepted the responsibility for parks and facility construction management, and I'll just say a few words about that a little bit later in the presentation. So 214 business plan priorities. We want to finalize Pine Tree Way, Clark Road, and North Road street plans. Basically, North Road, we've finalized those plans, and we have an agreement for the province to construct that as part of the Guideway project. Clark Road, we have leveraged funds from TransLink, and we worked and leveraged negotiations with the province, and they are moving forward, and we'll have and construct those on our behalf. And Pine Tree Way, as council aware, we've been working on the conceptual designs. We've reported out on a couple occasions about our street straight improvements along Pine Tree from Lowheak Highway north to the station just here on Guilford. And we're moving forward, and our plan is at this point in time, and ultimately the city will design and construct those works. Design and construct a covered dry floor facility. We're currently completing the design of the facility at this time. We're undertaking the geotechnical work, and we'll be going out to RFP for the fabric structure in the near future. So that project is moving along now. Our goal was to get that project completed and up and running by the end of August, and we're doing everything possible to ensure that we can get that work done, and so it's available starting for the user group starting in September. Burke Mountain Fire Hall construction. As I said, the excavation is completed. We're starting the major retaining wall construction, and we'll have a full report to council in December prior to the Christmas break on the project budget and progress update for council's information. Moving on to B priorities, completing the multi-use facility study. As I said previously, Strategic Initiatives is working very closely with Parks, Recreation, and Culture on the study. We have a new acting GM, and Raul and I are going to be sitting down shortly just to review our work done today. We want to make sure that he's up to speed, and we plan to bring a status report up to council within in the very near future. develop wayfinding strategy along the Evergreen line, the guideway and the related columns. It's a large project, and we want to make sure once this project is built, people will know how to get to parking, they'll know how to get to stations and things. So we're going to lead that in SI, working very closely with engineering public works to develop the signage that will ultimately be in place by the time the project is complete. Liaison with School District 43 on Northeast Elementary School and other requirements. As I said previously, the top priority for the school district is the Smiling Creek Elementary School, and we're working closely. Our partners in Parks and Recreation, who will have some parks-related facilities on that site. So we are going through that process, discussing with the school district how that can be done and how that will unfold. And again, we'll be reporting out to council in the new year on that. And finally, is Place Maillardville concept design. As council is aware, this has been going through a governance review. There have been a number of discussions regarding governance and related operations and how the facility is operating. They're in the process of hiring a new executive director. So there's a lot of things up in the air right now. So it doesn't really make sense to proceed with a final design option and move forward until all those other issues are resolved. Once we know those issues, those can set the stage for moving forward to make a decision on what we actually want to see in terms of the final concept design for Place Maillardville. Under 214 business improvements, I spoke before about the refinement of the reorganization. And administration is always looking forward for continuous improvements, and our city manager is always challenging us to see what we can do better and where we can work together to create synergies. And one of the things that was done, which council approved last year, was moving parks construction and small facility construction into the SI department. Basically, over the last couple of months, we have been reviewing project managers' processes, and what we wanted to streamline them with the Parks Department and the Facilities Operations Group, so that we can complete Parks Departments in a more effective manner. And so that's in progress right now. There's a lot of different aspects we're working on, but we're quite confident that in about 6 months we should have a very good process that will deliver costs, parks and other related facility projects using the same kind of template that we use in SI for the larger projects. Under total operating expenses, SI is a very small part of the city budget in terms of operating expenses. Our focus is mainly on capital, so although we have about $4 million, it's a small piece of the pie, but albeit it's an important part of the operation. Under operating revenues, we don't have a lot of operating revenues. We have, in facilities planning construction, we have about $800,000, and that's basically funding from a portion of that, about $100,000 or so is from our house revenues. That we manage and maintain those houses until they're used for developed as park sites. And we also get some reserve funding from preventative maintenance to undertake our upgrading of our components in our facilities. In terms of lands and properties, we get money from the LSR. There's a contribution to pay for Perry's assistant and some other miscellaneous, a portion of Perry's assistant's time, which helped a land property negotiator, and some other miscellaneous items. Under new requests, basically, we're looking for, we have a request for a service enhancement for a facility periodic component replacement fund. The request is for 1%, and this is a similar concept as the 1% that is utilized for the roads rehabilitation program. And just like roads, roads are assets that eventually wear out, and they have life cycle costs with them. And so if, similar to a road, when you have a road and it becomes about 12 to 15 years old, you do overlay it to save it before it totally falls apart and breaks down, and then you end up coming back to reconstruct it at two and a half times the cost. So what we're looking at here is basically the terminology which council's heard before is lowest life cycle cost analysis. And there are financial pressures that will increase over time as some of our facilities are getting older. And what we're looking at is being more proactive to start building up a fund so that we don't have these huge spikes and there's no money really to deal with that in the future. And when we say component replacement, we're looking at the major items such as the roofs, the boilers, the major HVAC systems, the big part, the big ticket items that are part of the facilities budget. Now, current funding in the budget is about $1.1 million per year. In an ideal world, the optimum funding would be $5 million per average per year by 2016. Thus, a request for 1% tax increase over the next 4 years. Now, we realize that this is quite a large request, and we appreciate that Council has a lot of items on their plate and a lot of requests for money. We did review this item at E-Team, and given the number of pressures that Council is considering during the budget, the E-Team has come up with a recommendation that we ask for $200,000, at least as an initial starting point to start putting money into the budget to start to build that reserve up so that we can reduce those long-term spikes in the over time. Civic facilities capital projects, and I said SI is really a capital-intensive department, and this is where the really big dollars are spent. This is $63 million over the next 5 years. Land development costs, this is basically 5 years of developing land and to complete the last part of Smiling Creek neighborhood land that we own, and the first couple phases of land in Partington Creek. And as I said previously, we're going to move forward cautiously. We're going to move forward watching the market. And if the market's good, we'll continue to move on quite quickly. If the market starts to slow down or turn, then we'll definitely slow down our activities. So we're not left with a lot of infrastructure on the ground and not an easy way to recover it in the short term till the market turns around. And it's all about managing our risk. Perry and myself are very cognizant of that risk, and we're going to keep a very close eye on it. Southwest Community Center, this is basically the city's share of costs. This is a place marker for a community center in Coquitlam, and as we're all told you yesterday, they're working very closely with the YMA as YCMA, is it? In terms of working with them to see whether a partnership can be created to create a community center in Coquitlam. Burke Mountain Fire Hall, this is $4.6 million. This is the last year of funding, of 3 years of funding for the project. And we're basically anticipating that project will be completed in the fall of next year. And as I said before, we'll be bringing a full report to Council on the status update on that in December. Covered dry floor facility, as I spoke before, design is underway. $3.9 million, and we're working diligently to get that thing designed and out to tender and open by the end of August next year. Facility upgrade program, this is a number of components that need replacing over the next five years, $3.8 million. And this again refers to largely large expenditure items such as roofs and boilers and some smaller items, but this is what we've budgeted for the component replacement program over the next 5 years. That completes my presentation, Mr. Mayor, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions if Council has any.
Okay, well, we've got Councillor Nicholson starting it off. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I have two questions, and the first one is a sort of a someone has to fill the gap question. So how much is in your budget for conferences? And my real question is the periodic component replacement fund at 1%, producing about $1,140,000 this year. Did I hear you say for 4 years?
Yeah, the plan is about 4 years. As we go along, and if Council were to approve a 1% per year, then we would look at in the final year of whether we needed that whole 1% or not. But the initial plan that we worked with Finance was 1% per year for 4 years.
Thank you. We'll talk about it more another day.
Okay. Well, Councillor Reid undoubtedly would want to raise the question, are we using any rebar?
Yes, Your Worship, we're using lots of rebar, and I know Council has a great interest in rebar, just as I do as a professional engineer, and like to see things properly designed and constructed. So we'll have some nice pictures for rebar for you on the fire hall as we construct that project and move forward. This is actually a picture when we had our construction tour of the new reservoir that is up in Burke Mountain, at the top of Burke Mountain. And Richard was able to go to a place I couldn't go to get a nice picture of that, and shows you just how much steel goes into these structures.
But not as much as goes into a bridge, and so I did actually add this to give you some sense of rebar envy.
Right.
For the builders of the Port Mann Bridge, this is one of the new columns that's going to be laid out for the third layer of the approach on the north side.
In fact, if council can see the tremendous amount of rebar in that, that's because this bridge, the Port Mann Bridge, it's designed to be, when everything else may be structurally deficient or fall down or have structural issues, it's designed to stay up after a major earthquake in Vancouver. And in fact, it's designed for a 1 in 2,350 year return period for an earthquake. So it will be there if the big one ever comes. So just a little fact for your information.
So you're saying that none of us will still be on council at that point. other than Lou. Yeah. Okay. Well, actually, and we had one other photo, which was the Burke Mountain Fire Hall. This is the excavation a couple of weeks back, or I guess a month back.
Yeah, this is a good picture of the fire hall. A tremendous amount of excavation to get this out, and there are some retaining walls, and we've got a very good quality retaining wall to be aesthetically pleasing. As we speak right now, we're putting in, we're forming the foundations and constructing the retaining wall and related drainage behind that. So we're moving forward with the project, and we'll be able to construct right through the winter now and carry on into the summer and complete the project next fall. But it really gives you a very good view of just how much earth has come out to level that site to make that Northeast Burke Mountain Fire Hall functional from the fire department's perspective.
Good stuff. Councillor-elect Zerillo.
I just had two quick requests. The first one was for the dry floor facility study. Could I see that? Could I get that sent to me?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
The dry floor study. It says there's a dry floor facility study that's been completed.
Yes, the dry floor facility study is the $3.9 million fabric-covered tent structure that was approved by council in July.
But could I see the study?
She wants to report.
We'll get her a copy of the study.
And then the second one
Yes, we can do that.
And then the second question was, there's the multi-use facility study in progress. Is there any back stuff on that I could also get a look at, reports or any back?
Not at this point in time. Council hasn't seen that information yet, but when that information comes forward, you'll of course see that as a council member.
I promise you will get enough studies that you will stop asking. We'll get you some stuff. Good. Anybody else? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll invite our uniform forward. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, it is. The next presentation is Coquitlam RCMP, and Superintendent Claude Wilcott is here to present.
Not packing today, no. Sorry, Councillor Rita. Good morning. I'm here with most of my team, I think, has made it now. Inspector Smith, Kathy McDonnell, Stella Biagioni, Danielle Marchand, and Barb Thornborough, and Naomi Parks, who's just new to our team. Inspector Friel is busy because I made her go to the LMD Detachment Commanders meeting on my behalf because I'd rather be here. For the benefit of our...
That bad, is it?
Yes, it is. And you're going to hear this a lot for the benefit of our two new councillors. I'm going to go into a bit of a detail on our organizational chart here. The detachment is basically separated into two portions. The operational side, which is headed up by Inspector Smith, and he manages all our general duty personnel, uniformed first responders, and our traffic services. The second portion is on the operational sports side. That's Inspector Friel's bailiwick, and she manages our community policing and all our plainclothes units. They're all supported by our municipal staff, and they're headed up by Kathy McDonnell here. My presentation today is going to center mostly on our 2012-2015 strategic plan. That plan is also the basis for our trimester reports, which presentations which you just received here just recently. Inspector Smith and I were just last week delivering the T2 report, so some of this is going to sound a little bit familiar, and I apologize for that, but we'll try not to go into too much detail because you've already received the information. Key accomplishments for this year: safe, secure communities is one of the three outcomes that are the center of our strategic plan. Foundations of these outcomes is the idea that policing is about more than just responding to calls and enforcing the law. To build a safe and secure community, we need to be proactive. We have 4 directions under this outcome. I'll touch on them briefly, 3 of them on this slide, and talk a bit more about the 4th on our strengthening investigation slide. Reduce crime. A key indicator here and the benchmark for the success of the crime reduction strategy is our signal crime statistics. Essentially, we are trying to reduce specific types of crime, and for the benefit of our new counselors, every year our crime analysts work with our investigators, and they determine what our most active criminals are doing and what types of crimes they are committing. Those become our signal crimes. If we can reduce those, then we reduce crime overall. Auto theft and break and enters have been signal crimes since our crime reduction strategy started in 2006, and robbery was a more recent addition. Signal crime stats were a big part of the second trimester report we did last week, so I won't go into too much detail here except to say so far in 2013 we've achieved some significant reductions in theft of vehicle and robbery with a weapon activity. We've also done some great work in the other signal crime areas, but we face some more challenges in 2013. Reducing collisions, for the benefit, again, of our new counselors. Our collision reduction strategy is tied to the Canadian Transport Authority's Road Safety Vision 2015. The idea of Road Safety Vision 2015 is to make our roads safe by focusing on high-risk activities that drivers and other road users do. So in other words, we focus on what causes injuries and accidents. Speeding, aggressive driving, impaired driving, lack of seatbelts, and distracted drivers are one of our focuses. Our strategic enforcement efforts target those behaviors, but we have another level of targeting, and that's focused on identifying collision hotspots and targeting those areas as well. Our traffic services section coordinates collision reduction, and they do a great work on education, outreach, and the efforts to support our enforcement. They also get a lot of support from our volunteers in Speedwatch and community police stations, as well as their general duty members. Other resources are used, and our partners in ICBC. Our enforcement numbers for the T2 report, or the second trimester report, we're in our second trimester report, and we'll be bringing them up to date in our third trimester report. Today I want to focus on our benchmark, and that's collisions. I'm very happy to say we're doing very well in our collision reduction. We've achieved significant reductions in both injury fatal collisions and impaired collisions compared to 2012 and compared to the 5-year average. Reducing fear of crime. Again, I'm sounding like a broken record, but for the new counselors, we try to balance our efforts between our operational work that make Coquitlam safe and our community outreach, education, and public relations work that make our citizens feel safe. Fear of crime is a tough thing to measure, so what we look for in terms of indicators is a sense of public trust in their local police force and satisfaction with our service. We have 2 key indicators here. Both of them are survey-based. Coquitlam's annual quality of life survey is one. The 2013 survey indicates 95% satisfaction rate for police services. And that was a very, very, very good here for us. It's the highest we've ever been in the survey, and it puts us ahead of the norm with our counterparts in the Lower Mainland. Then our online community survey is another. This is a little less scientific tool, but it still gives us a very good snapshot of how the citizens we serve are feeling about us. In 2013, our survey ran from Labor Day to Thanksgiving, and just over 51% of the respondents were residents of Coquitlam. We'll provide more detailed rundown of the results in our third trimester report, but I do want to share 2 results today. We asked how safe residents feel in their community during the day and at night. 88% report feeling safe during the day, 79% reported feeling safe at night. These are great numbers, but a few things stood out from the comment survey. One of them was police presence and patrols were commonly mentioned as contributing factors to feeling safe during the day and at night. And then Councillor Wilson, he won't be surprised to hear that traffic concerns were also mentioned as one of the reasons residents don't feel safe during the day. Another interesting trend was the number of respondents that reported feeling safe now, but mentioned that the coming of the Evergreen line as a possible threat to their future safety. We asked how feelings of safety had changed over the past 12 months. 55% claim no change, 14% claim feeling safer, 28% claimed that they felt less safe than they had a year ago. Increased development and related increases in population were also mentioned as contributing factors to decreased feelings of safety. As I said earlier, strengthening investigations is the 4th direction under safe, secure communities, and I'll address that in our 2014 slide. Strategic service delivery is the second outcome of our strategic plan. This outcome reflects our commitment to being strategic about everything we do, our people do, from call taking, dispatching, to investigations, to volunteer management and community engagement. And I'll be talking about all 4 of those directions under this outcome. First one is being intelligence-led and evidence-based. This is actually 2 separate directions, but our 2013 examples do overlap. The directions are all about making sure our decisions are driven by intelligence and analysis, and that our resources are focused on doing what works. 2 examples of being intelligence-led and evidence-based in policing from 2013 are our prolific and priority offender management and our mental health strategy. The prolific priority offender management is a keystone of crime reduction, and again for our new councillors, the strategy is based on the general theory that a small proportion of our criminals are conducting a disproportionate amount of crime and disorderly activity. So therefore, it's more effective for us to focus on reducing crime by focusing on these individuals rather than running from call to call and patrolling aimlessly with good intentions, as Inspector Don Siegel used to say. We monitor and target 20 prolific and priority offenders at any given time. That means knowing their history, where they live, who their friends and associates are, and a lot of other details that help us figure out when and where and how they're going to be most active so we can stop them. As we succeed in getting targets off the street, we identify new ones and keep the pressure on. In our second trimester report, Councillor O'Neill asked how much of our criminal activity is attributed to prolific offenders. It's tough to answer specifically, but various research says prolific offenders make up 10 to 15% of the overall criminal population, and they commit and are responsible for between 30 and 50% of all crime. Some studies, the estimates go as high as 80% of all crime. Our signal crime stats show that our approach is working. You'll recall in our second trimester report that Doug mentioned one prolific offender who single-handedly was responsible for a substantial spike in our break and enters into vehicles. This individual had 95 plus convictions, and when he was incarcerated for only 42 days in late summer, our auto theft numbers fell through the floor. We have plans to improve our approach, which I will talk about more in our 2014 priorities slide. Mental health strategy. Mental health issues are always a real challenge for us and all police forces these days. You'll recall again, Doug in the T2 presentation talked about a recent example where we had 2 members tied up for the course of 2 days for 15 hours with one individual. File review from 2011 showed that mental health related files made up about 3% of our total file load in 2010, and then 38% of those files involved repeat clients. But it isn't about just apprehension that impacts our resources. Research suggests that individuals with mental health are overrepresented as both victims and offenders in all types of crime. A report recently released by the Vancouver Police Department earlier this year estimated those with mental illness were 15 times more likely to be victimized. We have to do better in this area. Our mental health strategy aims to improve how we handle mental health-related files, making sure we understand the impacts mental health has on our resources, making sure our people have the training and skills they need to do their jobs, and working with our partners to be effective as possible with underlying issues before they become a crisis. We're on the verge of completing a memorandum of understanding with the Fraser Health that will provide a solid footing for work from 2014, and we are collecting and analyzing local data so we can properly evaluate how we're doing and what we can do to change to do better. Strengthening client services is the second direction in the area. In this area, we define clients pretty broadly. They include our community stakeholders as well as our citizens that we serve. We had 3 client-focused initiatives in 2013, and I want to talk about them. The first one was our front counter survey, then we did our online community survey, and then we did our stakeholder surveys. Before I talk about those initiatives, I want to point out that with the exception of the front calendar survey, which is based on a program out of Surrey, RCMP, we are the only police force doing this kind of work that I'm aware of. The front counter survey, since launching this program in April, we've only had about 60 surveys completed. The results were overwhelmingly positive on variables such as professionalism, attitude, knowledge of staff, and wait times. And again, we mentioned this on our T2 report. The only unsatisfied customer was somebody who was trying to turn himself in on a warrant. We've gotten some good feedback in areas for improvement, and we've discussed those on our T2 report as well. And we'll be checking into our budget to see what we can take on for 2014. Online surveys, as I mentioned earlier, we ran the 2013 survey from Labor Day to Thanksgiving. 382 surveys were completed, which is a record for us. Just over half the respondents lived in Coquitlam. I spoke about the results in terms of perceptions of safety earlier, and as a planning note, we are going to move this up into the spring next year, so they're more in line with the municipal budget cycle. Stakeholder interviews, this process started as part of the process to create our current strategic plan. We continued it for 3 years because it turned out to be an excellent way to tap into our stakeholders' ideas to improve our service. In 2013, 24 interviews and 13 online surveys were completed. The feedback has been very constructive and positive. Some of it is reflected in our 2014 priorities. And Doug will be talking about more of these interviews in our third trimester report. Our direction under strategic service delivery is strengthen community engagement. Capturing this kind of work is always a challenge. We do a lot of it, but we don't always do the best about talking about it. The strategic plan is helping us change that. 2 key areas we tracked in 2013 were online and social media strategy. Again, when we talk about our T1 and our T2 reports, all our metrics were up over 2012. This is another area where we're really ahead of the curve to our counterparts in other detachments and police forces. And I'll talk about more about our 2014 plans in the next section. Contact with the community. We aren't just engaging online. We're making a concerted effort with our staff, our volunteers, and our members interacting with citizens outside the enforcement context. Our list of 2013 initiatives includes larger programs like our Introduction to Policing and our Junior Mountie Camp. Ongoing efforts like crime prevention patrols by volunteers and school talks by regular members and auxiliary constables, and participating in community events such as the semi-annual Coquitlam Shred-It Day, one was here, held just in November 2nd, and the Festival du Bois and the Teddy Bear Picnic. This is all covered in our trimester reports, so I won't go into too many details here, but suffice to say we're doing as much as we can, and our efforts are having an impact based on the Ipsos read and our own survey results. Strong organization is the third outcome in our strategic plan. This area is all about creating a high-functioning, healthy organization. We have 4 directions. I'll talk about 3 of them here. Strengthening employee engagement. Periodically, the U-Division RCMP does an employee survey to benchmark morale and engagement throughout the force. I'm happy to say that the 2013 survey found Coquitlam had some of the highest levels in the Lower Mainland. I wasn't surprised by these results, but it's also nice to have the data to back up your instincts. 2 of the key initiatives that help us maintain and build these positive results are our annual OIC rewards. And that was a ceremony we held here in May during Police Week, where the senior management team and I gave out 23 awards to recognize great work done by staff, volunteers, and members, as well as some extraordinary citizens. Our selection committee is currently working on our 2014 event. Fundraising and charity work is another indicator that our people feel connected to the organization and to the communities that they serve. So far in 2013, our team has raised more than $35,000 for causes like the Law Enforcement Torch Run, Cops for Cancer, and several initiatives to support SHARE community services. This doesn't include the 2013 Christmas Toy Food Drive for SHARE and the Movember campaign, which I see Councillor Hodge is kicking in. Started November 1st. Creating healthy workplace. Our municipal managers are always have always been good at this area, arranging training and workshops for our municipal staff. The skills so they get the skills to take care of themselves in what can be a very challenging work environment. The RCMP is catching up, and we're providing a lot more tools and resources to our members to take care of themselves and each other while they're also serving the community. We report on this in the trimester reports, so I'm not going to go into too much detail here except to say that we take every opportunity to make sure our people have access to the best resources available in areas like respectful workplace, personal wellness, stress management, and anti-harassment and discrimination. Strengthening leadership and governance. This area is all about being more efficient with our resources and working with our stakeholders to find ways to integrate our mandates. One of our ongoing initiatives is to review administrative work done by police to find opportunities to reassign it to municipal staff so we can keep the boots on the streets. A big achievement for 2013 is getting our dispatchers in the Operational Communications Center to take on posting and removing high-risk missing person releases on our website, so members are no longer getting called in off the road to do this. Another is an efficiency review that all our sections and teams are undertaking right now. They're to propose to ensure our staff is appropriately focused and working in the best possible shifts to meet their mandates. This review will be completed by the end of the 3rd trimester. Before I start talking about our priorities for 2014, I want to take the time to thank my team here for all the work they've done on our strategic plan this year. The strategic plan is in policing is unique because operational demands can change very quickly and can really impact our ability to stay on course and keep making progress on the strategic side. A good example of this from the recent past is the Amanda Todd investigation. This file, which is still very active, involved more than 30 investigators, including 10 who were essentially working the file full-time for the first 4 months. 6 of those members were from our community response team and youth detail. Those 6 were tasked full-time sifting through some 7,000 emails and following up on more than 4,500 tips to support the investigation. It's a sign of the times in terms of how technology impacts our investigations, but it's also an example of how operational demands can sideline our best attempts at being strategic. Beyond operational pressures, our resources are also heavily impacted by changes in legislation and policy. 2 fairly recent examples here were the coroner's inquest into the Park multiple murder-suicide in Oak Bay in 2003, which prompted change in provincial policy around management of domestic violence files. It's resulted in, among other things, a mandate that all police forces create and sustain a dedicated domestic violence unit. The report on of the Opal Commission into the Picton investigation recommended a full review of cold case homicides and missing person files, as well as the creation of dedicated missing persons units. On the horizon for 2014 and beyond, we have the proposal to change the Liquor Act. The Justice Minister recently announced a review of policing structures and funding as well. Whether and how either of these impacts our resources depends entirely on what changes end up being implemented, but they are 2 initiatives that we'll be keeping our eyes on in terms of moving forward. That said, here's what our team has come up with in terms of priorities for 2014. Most of our priorities are ongoing from 2013, but there are a few new initiatives on the horizon. These plans won't be finalized until we sit down with our senior supervisors in a meeting planned in December. Reduce crime. We will continue to target our signal crimes and prolific and priority offenders much as we have in the past. We are planning some work with Crown Council to make more of an impact on prolific offenders, but it's too early to talk about those details. One area where we want to do more and do more effectively is targeting our crime hotspots. Those areas that see significant increases in criminal activity over a short period of time, either due to environmental factors or increased activity by prolific offenders. This work includes better coordination of volunteer resources with uniformed resources and more streamlining of communication tools to engage people that live and work in the affected neighborhoods. Reduce collisions. The benchmark here will stay the same, and our enforcement efforts will remain focused on the Road Safety Vision 2015 paradigm. However, we will be doing more to coordinate the education and outreach work done by our municipal staff, volunteers, and members of our community policing section, with the enforcement work done by our general duty and our traffic sections. Reducing fear of crime. Our online survey and our city Ipsos Reid survey will still be our key performance indicators, but we're looking at taking on some new projects to influence those numbers. Thanks to some work reallocating existing resources to expand capacity, we will be in a position to take on more new projects in 2014 to impact those numbers, including expanding our efforts in internal and external communications, exploring new community partnerships like Business Watch and Realty Watch. Again, there's more work to be done here, but I can talk about those details when our 2014 plans comes. Strengthening investigations. As part of our stakeholder interviews in 2013, we got a lot of offers from partners to work in cross-training with our members. We had some ad hoc success in the past with the Forensic Psychiatric Hospital as issues have come up, but this is an area where we could do more proactive work with a broader range of stakeholders in the future. Strategic service delivery, being intelligence-led and evidence-based. The mental health strategy and our chronic offender management are two areas that have been in the yellow zone on the trimester reports. We are committed to continuing with both of these programs in our 2014 plan. One bigger initiative on the horizon is a revamp of our ComStat model. For the benefit of our new counselors, ComStat is an accountability model for our crime reduction strategy. It involves a bi-weekly meeting with all those members that are involved, our analysts, and we look at our crime stats, collision stats, and then operational intelligence. From those meetings, we come up with decisions on targeting and who we target in what areas. Our model is a good one, but we are aware of some other best practices, and we'll be working to make it better in 2014. Another one of our key commitments is to continue working to reduce the impact of non-crime calls for service to our resources. We've had some success in 2013 developing memorandums of understanding and letters of agreement with stakeholder groups to help us manage, and when we work together in areas such as missing persons. Based on our 2013 stakeholder interviews, we have identified a couple of new areas where this work could have an influence, so we'll be exploring other opportunities in 2014. Strengthening our client services. The results of our front counter survey, the online surveys have been great, and we will continue with both of these initiatives in 2014 with the goal of boosting our response rates. Two other programs we want to revise and revive for 2014 that have been in the red and yellow zones this year are our business liaison and our quality assurance review program. That was developed by our Operational Communication Center supervisor to assess her team's performance. Both programs were unsustainable in 2013, the way they were developed. So it's back to the drawing board here in 2014, and we'll get them back on track. One of the ways that we can ensure that our programs are sustainable is to engage in an overall assessment of where our people are spending their time. With that in mind, we've undertaken a full review of the committees and the groups that we currently participate in to make sure that we're spending our time where it does the most good. Strengthening community engagement. I mentioned earlier that we've been able to juggle the resources to create the opportunities to expand our work in communication and community engagement. That will probably include enhancing the use of our online and social media in 2014 and exploring partnerships that we talked about earlier. Strengthening employee engagement. All of our 2013 initiatives will be ongoing for 2014. Strengthening leadership and governance. Part of our meeting with the police supervisors on December 10th will center on identifying new opportunities to reduce the administrative workload on our members. Members always appreciate the chance to reduce office work and get out in the community, and our municipal staff often are eager to take on the new tasks. One of the issues that came up through loud and clear in our stakeholder interviews is the desire of our municipal partners to be better informed about the range of issues surrounding policing and crime and safety. We've identified several areas where we can provide more information with minimal additional work, and we will be making that happen in 2014. Another area where we could strengthen ties with our municipalities is on the operational side. We are looking at opportunities like joint planning and training with our colleagues in bylaws and fire and rescue, and getting city staff more involved as eyes and ears to assist our operations. Strengthening supervision. This goes back to my earlier point about the challenge that operational demands present to strategic planning in police organizations. We are trained to focus on the urgent, and it can be a struggle to make sure that we don't lose sight of our medium and long-term goals. With that in mind, we will further investigate strategic planning further integrate strategic planning into our operations by implementing more checkpoints for our operational supervisors and managers. This is our total expenditure pie chart. The slides give a snapshot of our total policing expenditures. The largest slice of the pie is the police contract. This is Coquitlam's share of the funding for RCMP officers. It includes labor and operating costs and indirect costs such as pension and division admin. The municipal labor portion represents the support staff for the RCMP. Our business is different from most in that we offer 24/7, 365 days service. Many of our municipal employees are teamed with police officers working shifts around the clock. Earlier I mentioned that whenever possible we task municipal employees with any work that will keep the boots on the streets. That's very important, and we continue to move with that. Integrated Services provides a regional policing solution for response and resolution of multi-jurisdictional crime and safety issues. These services include IHIT, or homicide investigations, police dog services, forensic investigations, emergency response services, and collision and reconstruction analysis. The public safety building expenses include operating costs of the public safety building, the community police stations, and community policing programs. Municipal employees' expenses are also included there. This $5 million in revenue offsets the expenses you saw on the last slide. As you can see, the largest part of the pie is the recovery we get from Port Coquitlam for their share of municipal employee costs for the operation of the public safety building. The next largest slice of the pie belongs to traffic fine revenues. These are received from the provincial government. This is Coquitlam's share of all traffic fine revenues in the province. Each municipality share is based on their police expenditures, so whatever percentage of the total expenditure is made by each municipality is the percentage of the total revenues they receive. Fees for service is mostly made up of the criminal record checks performed for the public. We do not charge volunteers for this service. The provincial government also gives us some grant money to support our victim services program. This money supports a portion of the municipal labor necessary to run this program. The other portion of the pie you see there is for miscellaneous revenues. We receive these things like leasing of building space to other agencies, charging these agencies for municipal staff support, lodging of prisoners for provincial or federal offences, and charging homeowners for breaching the Controlled Substance Property Bylaw. New requests. This request is to convert RCMP civilian employee contract work to municipal employee work. The work includes RCMP security screening checks. This is for new municipal employees and volunteer hires. The RCMP cadet orientation, major case file reviews such as unsolved homicides and outstanding missing persons. We already have the money to do this. We just need to transfer it from contract to labor. We are requesting 6 cost-shared RCMP members. 4 of these would be Coquitlam share. If we come out of this budget cycle with all the resources we are requesting, it would put us in a very strong position to do 2 things. Start tackling, or at least getting prepared for, the challenges you see listed in the strategic priority slide, and revive the strategic plan initiatives that are currently in the red status in our trimester reports because of inadequate resources. We realize that 4 members is a challenge for Council to approve, and so the E-team has recommended that they approve 2 members. The RCMP capital program, we have been saving money over the years in a reserve fund to pay for building maintenance and upgrades like this one. This capital project will be funded from our building reserve fund. Total costs, the total cost is $281,000, approximately 1/3 of that to be funded by Port Coquitlam. The project entails the replacement of carpet within the public safety building. The project is a priority because the building is 17 years old and the carpet is original. 24/7 usage on the carpet, it gets lots of wear and tear. It's been repaired repeatedly over the years, but it's really come to the end of its life cycle. We have torn seams and holes, and they create safety hazards, and the carpet does not lend itself to a professional working environment. That's the end of my presentation.
I'm going to shorten it up. Okay. Councillor Hodge.
Yes, police services are one of our biggest expenses. I think it's a large expense for any municipality, and certainly one of our most important services. I want to thank you and our members for the job you do every day and night and 365 days of the year, including our support staff. And it was interesting to note the number on the mental health calls, and I think you said 3% of your calls, but I suspect that some of those calls take a lot of time, and it's probably more than 3% of the actual man and woman hours that are tied up. So I know it's a big part of the calls, and I think we have to sort of work on that. And I'm certainly very happy to hear our Ipsos Reid numbers. I think it shows that our public appreciates the job you're doing, and certainly the job satisfaction from the employees is also important. My questions on the financial side are probably going to be addressed as much to Sheena and to John. And that's that I understand that the RCMP has sent out their 5-year financial plan to all the cities that contract with RCMP, outlining the projected costs, and I think the plan outlines salary and wage increases, benefit costs, including the pension, and the projected costs for green timbers. And I'm just wondering, well, I know, for example, some of those costs, I think wage increase of 2% for the first year, 1.5% going on, and a large increase to the pension as well, effective next year. But more importantly, there's still a number of issues in the RCMP contract that have not been finalized, even though we've signed on to that contract. For example, the cost of our share of the green timbers, which is a $1 billion federal building over in Surrey. And that hasn't been finalized. I've heard that they're putting, the RCMP is suggesting a placeholder of $1,200 per member and $20,000 per member of an integrated team. And just my math shows that that's going to be somewhere in the $250,000 to $300,000 would be Coquitlam share based on our members. And I'm just wondering sort of what impact that has. Are we allowing for that in our budget? I mean, that's a big hit. That's $250,000 is that's a 1/4 percentage point on a property tax, a residential taxpayer. So I'm just wondering sort of where we are and what our projections are on how we're going to deal with it.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I think probably Kathy McDonnell is the best person to speak to it. There is a number of ups and downs in terms of policing costs looking to next year and over the next 5 years. We have reflected all those costs in the budget, including the estimated cost for green timbers, but Kathy can run through a few of those details for you.
Good morning.
Ms. McDonnell.
So the bottom line increase is 2% overall, which is about $470,000 for the city. I'll start with the bad news. and that would be at the 2% wage increase for the RCMP. There's also a substantial increase in the pension contribution for next year. But then those cost drivers have been offset by some savings in health care. The RCMP has made substantial reductions to their health care by switching to the provincial MSP program. They've also realized some savings in integrated teams. And the reason for that is we used to pay 90% of the integrated team cost. For IHIT, now we pay 70% and 90% for the other teams. There's also been new partners that are contributing toward the integrated team costs, so that decreases those costs. And then the integrated members also realize the healthcare savings. So with the cost drivers and the cost savings, we have an increase in the bottom line that's actually a little bit less than what we're used to.
Okay. And that includes, so the cost per member towards green timbers, that's factored into the integrated team cost, so that's built into there, so that's offset by the savings then?
Yes, the green timbers cost is built into the division administrative costs for the regular members and into the integrated team costs for those members.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Well, thank you. And thanks for the presentation. And you did mention what's sort of become a recent interest of mine, the chronic offenders. And as you might recall, last week I introduced a notice of motion. We'll be discussing it at our next council meeting, dealing with options for treating or dealing with chronic offenders. Yeah, it's a big problem. Thank you for acknowledging that. Now, this was a subject that first actually you mentioned that I had mentioned this last week. Now, to the scores of people watching at home or the people in the audience here, they would wonder when exactly that mention happened. It actually happened in relation to a discussion of your T2 report, which you mentioned many, many times during the course of your presentation here. But that report was given to us at a closed council meeting. So I'm now wondering whether or not, since you mentioned it and referred to it so many times, has that report now become public so the people of Coquitlam can see in detail the sort of good work that you're doing?
I'm not sure. I have to go to the chair.
So, this kind of left me, we're sort of walking a line here, wanting to talk about some of that stuff, and you referred to it quite often in detail, and, well, not quite detail, in broad brushstrokes. Is that I wonder if that's the limit of what we can talk about, the broad brushstrokes, because there's some good stuff in there, and
usually when we reach the limit of what we can talk about, we turn to Mr. Dumont.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I think we can talk about the statistics. The reason that we have these discussions in closed is more for strategic policing issues, and because through those discussions individuals might come up in those types of things, but the statistics themselves, I think that we can speak to those.
So then it would be good, well, I don't know if those, actually, you want to make those public in some way as well. I would like to get those, I didn't save them because they were all in camera, and maybe we can get them back so I can refer to them, especially going forward, talking about chronic offenders and other things that some of your priorities, so we have those statistics in hand so we can sort of support the discussions that we have and the arguments we make, the positions we take. So I'd like to have those. So yeah, so it was an excellent report and good follow-up information as well from staff back there. I'm happy to hear that. I think we'll be giving very serious consideration to the E-team recommendation to add the 2 officers. There were none added last year, and just 2 the year before that. That in the face of the fact that the crime rate, which is 1 reflects one factor of the work that the detachment does, has been going down. Pardon me? I was probably going to get to one, but anyway.
That's why I turned my mic off for them.
Oh, it's fine then.
I'll come back to you.
I know I've kind of lost my train of thought.
My deep apologies. My deep apologies. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try and, even if it's not a question, I'll try and end the sentence on a rising note. It sounds as if it's a question. Talking about your 2014 priorities, one of the items you mentioned was a determination to improve the information flow to councils, and I have to tell you that I consider that that has already significantly improved. And I'm going to be interested in seeing how it can be further improved. More is always better.
We do like to challenge ourselves.
And certainly my appreciation of the challenges of your work and the results has been considerably enhanced in the last year and a half by the flow of emails, and I appreciate it very much, and I'm sure my colleagues have as well. The other question you have a request for 4 members. You acknowledge the E-team recommends 2. These things typically depend on sort of 1/3 matching from POCO, or 50%, depending on which number you look at. So my question is, if we give you 2 and POCO it doesn't, and they have their own challenges to deal with and their own decisions to make, where does that leave us? Can you make good use of 2 members if an imbalance is created or continued between the municipalities?
Short answer would be yes. We would ensure that.
Well, that's a good place to stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll probably stop that.
If I could just interject at this point, there's a nuance with respect to the E-team recommendation, and I certainly appreciate the Chief Constable's role in terms of advocating for more members, and that is fundamentally a political decision that you have to weigh against a host of other issues. From our perspective, we have put a little nuance on our support for those 2 members, and that is that it does get matched by POCO, and if it doesn't get matched by POCO, that it be kept in reserve for a variety of policing issues. And so that is a nuance that we can discuss in more detail, and so there's a slight difference in approach between the E-team recommendation and the Chief Constable's recommendation. And the reason for that is we feel that there's a significant negative that flows out of a relationship imbalance between funding between the 2 organizations, and we see that as a prime objective. And I know the Chief Constable can always use more resources in an effective way, but there are some relationship issues that we should also keep in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Stebble. I was aware of the team's recommendation in detail, and that's why I asked the Chief the question. And I'll look forward to some more conversation about it in a different setting. And at that point, I might be wanting to ask for more specifics on what use might be made of those members, how that use might be specific to our city and the costs that we're bearing. And finally, I think it's clear that we appreciate the work you do. I don't have any issues with the policing that's done in our city, with the strategies that are followed. My understanding of them is really helpful in that when people approach me and say, people keep speeding down my street and nobody ever does anything about it, I'm able to explain it to them. I'm not sure that they accept it any better from me than some of them do from you or your members, but it's good to be able to do that. But I'm left with, if I take the contract and the integrated teams together, that's about 75% of the budget that we provide, and it's a piece that we really have no control over. We entered into a contract a couple of years ago now, year and a half, effectively with a gun to our heads, sign or. And at the time we were told don't worry, there are a number of issues that aren't really clearly defined. Don't worry about them. That'll be all resolved. And, the Green Timbers one is not resolved. Now someone's picked a number and said, we'll use this as a placeholder, but I've no comfort that that's the real number and what we may ultimately end up faced with. And this is really not addressed to you, but to senior management in the city, because my expectation is that somewhere in the near future, and I think we talked about this at the time that we finally bent under the weight of pressure and agreed to the contract, that we will be looking at evaluating how that has worked out for us and to what degree we're still faced with unknowns and the risks that Ms. Hunt is constantly aware of. Thank you.
Do you want us to address that issue? Because
up to you.
Because we can do that if you'd like.
It's up to you. All right. It's up to council, actually.
John, you want to highlight a little bit about where we're at? From my perspective, we very much support the current model of policing, and we very much support the RCMP in Coquitlam. There's some municipalities that continually ask questions in that regard, and so we have to be aware of that, and John is our point person on that. So.
Now, keeping in mind that we're running late and that there's more groups to present.
Yeah, just very quickly to the councillor's comments. Yes, we did basically have a gun to our heads. It was difficult to back out of the current RCMP contract situation, but I would point to three things. We have very cost-effective service through the RCMP. We have very high satisfaction through the RCMP, and we have very good crime stats in the city of Coquitlam. So three very big positives, and that's why we renewed the contract.
Appreciate it very much. We'll actually undoubtedly follow up with more information, and I know that report, ultimately we need the information that we were offered. Okay. And I thank Councillor O'Neill for
yes, thank you. My train of thought is back on the rails now. And it was all leading to a question about the use, a short question about the use of, potential use of new officers. I've received some expressions of concern over the last year as chair of the School District Liaison Committee about the school liaison officers and about the amount of time they spend or can't spend in schools, as opposed to, there's a comparison to Port Moody, that they have officers there all the time just about, and there doesn't seem to be as often in Coquitlam high schools. Is there any thought that with additional officers that they'll be able to ramp up the presence in our high schools?
We did look at that initially, and again, one of the things that we were reluctant to commit to a specific unit or section, because what we had found in the past is when we had decided, okay, here was a priority we needed to address as a vacancy, and then we went through the budget process. By the time we got to the budget process, another priority had come to light. But it is one of the areas that we were looking at.
That you are looking at?
Yes.
So there's no commitment there that if there's new officers, there will be more time spent at schools. But
if there was more officers there, then we'd be able to commit to more time there. One of the issues with the school program is the unit is more into a youth team as opposed to school liaison team, because we also have to start focusing on our high-risk youth, and a lot of them are not in the schools, so we have to be able to be flexible that way. So we will continue to commit to our school program, but we also have to ensure that we have the high-risk youth that aren't in schools getting the attention they need.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you noted, we are a little bit behind time, but perhaps a 5-minute break or a short break would be appropriate.
I'm going to suggest a 7-minute break. Please come back. We'll be starting at 10 after 11. Thank you. Okay, we'll get going again.
Hello, good morning.
Before we convene, I'm going to actually ask Council if we wouldn't mind setting up a designated signer, because there was some documents that needed emergency signing this morning, and so we had to rush up and do that. And as well, for Council's interest, Anita Brent announced her engagement this morning. And I had permission from her to say that into the microphone. So it's busy up there, as you can imagine. Call a meeting to order. Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our first presentation post-break is from Place des Arts, and Joe McCauley, the Executive Director, is here to present.
Great, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to say good morning to the Mayor and Council, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to present today. I'm Barb Hobson, the Chair of the Board of Place des Arts, and as well we have Fern Bouvier, Diane Tucker, and Terrence Vanderwood with us from our board. And Joan
good to see you all.
Joan will be presenting on behalf of us.
Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and municipal staff. I'm pleased to be here today to present our 2014 budget request. Throughout the 2012-2013 season, we tipped our hats to 40 years of excellence in arts education with several community-engaged initiatives and a special edition of our awards gala. We also enhanced some of our programs and events and developed new initiatives to create more opportunities and increase accessibility for Coquitlam residents to engage with the arts. We continue to fill our mission to inspire the artist in everyone through our superior learning programs and cultural experiences, our talented people, and our warm, welcoming environment. Our mission is reflected in the core services we offer: innovative programming in the visual and performing arts for every age and skill level, specialized programming for school students and home learners, presentation opportunities for visual and performing artists, and a community venue and resource center for local arts groups. This past year, we advanced our strategic priorities by achieving many of the goals we set out in our work plan. The following slides outline our key achievements, their impact on the community, and how they relate to the City of Coquitlam's strategic goals. To strengthen neighborhoods, we sat on many civic and community committees. We are also a community resource center and venue. Many different organizations and individuals used our facility throughout the year for meetings, events, and performances. We also connected with our community by participating in several events and initiatives. What often gets overlooked is that arts and culture can play a major role in community development, not only socially but economically, by creating jobs as well as fostering an environment with amenities that attract talented and skilled workers. To expand local jobs and local prosperity, Place des Arts provided employment for 16 administrative staff and 86 contracted teachers. In addition, we used the services of 125 suppliers and offered opportunities for 236 artists and artisans to display and sell their work in our artisan shop and galleries. Our center is open 7 days a week and welcomes up to 2,000 visits each week from students and residents learning new skills and participating in creative endeavors. To increase active participation and creativity, we introduced a variety of new visual arts, theater, and dance classes to our annual program offerings. Focusing on our youth clientele, we conducted a study to understand how we can better serve them. Based on results, we are providing more opportunities for youth to hone their technical and performance skills and to play a more active role in our arts community. In 2013, we launched the Place des Arts Youth Arts Council, Study with the Pro Series, as well as the pre-professional theater and musical theater companies. This past year, we partnered with the Coquitlam School Board to launch Art à la Carte, an initiative that delivers after-school programming in schools. Since its launch at the beginning of 2013, we've offered programs in 4 Coquitlam schools, and over 180 kids have signed up for classes in visual arts, dance, and drama. Place des Arts is also able to provide fully funded spots in certain classes for low-income families. The program has been very successful, and we are currently working with the school board to expand to include more schools. Also this fall, we were really pleased to join the City of Coquitlam's Get Connected, Get Active program for low-income families. Money raised at our impromptu fundraiser is subsidizing this program, so we can provide a substantial discount on some of our course fees. Thanks to a grant from Westminster Savings, we continue to run Artreach, our summer outreach camp for children who face socioeconomic barriers to arts education. This year, we added a middle school component, reaching more youth in our community. And since its inception in 2008, we're very proud to have over 250 children participate and benefit from this important program. We celebrated our 40th anniversary with several initiatives, including the Community Banner Project. A grant from the Coquitlam Foundation allowed us to engage artist Joy Kirkwood to facilitate this project. Joy designed 12 beautiful banners reflecting our history and that of the surrounding community. She then engaged and guided participants from our community as they outlined and painted her designs. The banners are now hanging in Heritage Square. The Social Fabric Project was facilitated by fiber artist Catherine Dumaine. We welcomed everyone with a connection to Place des Arts to join in and bring something special to weave into the tapestry. A loom was set up in our atrium for the whole season, and anyone from the public who wanted to add their own thread to the design was able to do so. The result, as you can see up on the screen, is a series of 3 commemorative hand-woven tapestries that are now on permanent display in our building. We launched a new annual exhibition focusing on Place des Arts alumni and their achievements, focusing on personal stories about their current lives and reflections on their experiences here. The exhibition explored how the arts have contributed to and influenced these past students' lives. And finally, in May, we invited the community to attend a special pre-awards gala reception where we paid tribute to founding member Fern Bouvier and his 40 years of service to Place des Arts. As a legacy of his contribution, we named a scholarship in his honor. The Fern Bouvier Arts Legacy Award will be awarded to a student who is moving on to pursue his or her discipline at the post-secondary level. It is an opportunity for Place des Arts to encourage the development of future artists and to award years of hard work. Throughout the season, many Place des Arts students were recognized for their achievements at festivals and exams. Of particular note are students Iris Hung and Sarah Jung. Iris is a dedicated piano student who is currently working on her performer's diploma under Place des Arts instructor Marjorie Purdy. She also participates in our teacher training program as a junior piano instructor. This past year, she received the Linda Redder Kennedy Medal of Excellence for the highest mark in Canada for grade 10 piano. And visual artist student Sarah Jung was offered substantial scholarships from 2 prestigious American schools. She decided to accept an $88,000 scholarship from the Maryland Institute College of Art and began her studies there this past September. We enhanced the sustainability of city services and infrastructure through facility enhancements and new equipment. Thanks to a 2012 Spirit grant, we purchased and installed professional dance floor covering and new ballet bars in our dance studio. The grant also allowed us to purchase cafe tables and a new lectern, which have been successfully used at many of our events. The cafe tables are also used on a daily basis by our clientele. The City of Coquitlam and the Coquitlam Maillardville Heritage Trust provided funds to upgrade our galleries with new display plinths and gallery wall covering, and some of our planned lighting upgrades were completed. Energy-efficient lighting was installed in our underground parquet this past August. The Place des Arts Board strives to achieve excellence in governance by making informed decisions that benefit both the organization and the community at large. As you know, this past year, efforts were focused on a needs assessment conducted by Proscenium Architecture, and this diagram on the screen shows the process that was undertaken. The initial stages included a series of interviews and focus groups with internal and external stakeholders. An analysis of the market was undertaken, as well as an assessment of the current facility. Taking into consideration all of these findings, the study includes recommendations for moving forward and moves into the solution stage, including an architectural program, schematic design, costing, and an operating plan. The results and recommended options coming forward from the study assisted the board in making the decision to move forward with a vision to expand the Place des Arts facility. The results of our efforts are reflected in our key performance measurements. All statistics are based on the 2012 fiscal year. The delivery of high-quality programs is part of our mission and vital to ensuring healthy program registration and revenue. In 2012, 97% of our clients who completed evaluation surveys rated their program experience at Place des Arts as good or excellent. Overall registration numbers increased by 4%, and we saw an 11% increase in overall visits to our center, with almost 80,000 visits from students, clients, and event attendees. Place des Arts has established itself as an excellent organization for which to volunteer. In 2012, 148 volunteers gave over 4,700 hours of their time to Place des Arts, an estimated value of almost $50,000 just at minimum wage. Moving on to the financial summary. We continue to diversify our funding base, generating 63% of our operating budget in self-earned revenues, translating to $1.4 million. We tracked our budget, and overall revenues exceeded expenses by 0.12%. In 2014, we will work towards advancing our strategic goals. We will improve our facility to best deliver high-quality programs, meet the needs of our students and teaching faculty, and continue to provide leadership in the arts community. Increasing organizational capacity will strengthen Place des Arts' potential in terms of program delivery, resources, and internal operations. We will also work towards broadening our client base, improving the use of technology, and increasing our visibility so even more citizens can experience arts and culture. Our proposed base budget sets the respective costs of managing Place des Arts and reflects the city's allocated 1% CPI. The following new requests reflect our strategic goals. As recommended in our auditor's management letter, the workload of the financial coordinator has reached a point where additional support is needed to ensure organizational efficiency and security and the maintenance of internal controls. Therefore, Place des Arts is requesting $26,000 to hire a permanent part-time financial coordinator assistant to help with the execution of financial procedures. We are experiencing a demand for outreach programming, and it is important for us to be able to meet this demand and to have the ability to offer more programming to better serve the community. Therefore, we are also requesting $55,000 to hire one full-time permanent programmer position to assist with the coordination, implementation, and promotion of outreach initiatives, events, and other engagement opportunities, which will increase awareness and participation in the arts. Our needs assessment identified sound transfer between music studios as a significant problem that affects the quality of users' experience. We are requesting $50,000 to fund music studio soundproofing. The project proposes changes to 4 private music studios on the upper floor and 2 large multi-purpose rooms in the basement. The objective of the project is to reduce sound transfer, prevent distraction, and improve the value of service to users. Undertaking a capital campaign is part of any expansion project, and we are asking for funding to hire a consultant to guide us through pre-campaign planning. With the objective to build our internal fundraising capabilities, the consultant will provide training, education, and assist us with policy development and prospect building. Our needs assessment concludes that we are bursting at the seams and recommends options for expansion. And as you are aware, the board would like to move forward with one of these options, which includes a renovation of the existing building and a 12,000 square foot addition at a cost of approximately $12 million. And as you can see here, this is a footprint of the plan, and the purple shaded area is the addition. An expansion will address our current deficiencies and better meet the needs of our growing community. It will give us 2,200 square feet of dedicated space for dance and drama, 1,400 square feet of visual arts space, and 2,400 square feet of dedicated performance space. It will also provide more space and better functioning space for our music programs, ceramic and fiber arts programs, as well as our galleries, artisan shop, and administrative offices. We understand that the city is undertaking the process of developing a master plan for parks, recreation, and culture. and we're pleased that it will be including plans for arts and culture. So pending this plan, we are asking for $1.5 million to enter into the phase 1 of pre-construction. This will provide money to get us started with some of the soft costs associated with the expansion project, including concept and schematic design, design development, contract documents, and the permitting process. And this slide summarizes our requests. And in closing, Place des Arts is a cultural asset that provides an excellent return on municipal investment. On behalf of board and staff, I'd like to thank you, the city, for its continued support of Place des Arts. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Let's do that again. Thank you very much. Councillor Asmussen.
Well, thank you for presentation. Always a good presentation for me, Joan. Thank you very much. A couple of questions I have in regards to your capital projects description form and your request for expansion. Now, all groups want to expand, but have you looked at, when you did your analysis, that Dogwood Pavilion is closed on Saturdays. It's open to be used for programming. We have the Innovation Center that is unused during the day, weekends, and even evenings. Have you looked at those areas to run programming out of rather than the expansion? I know for my thought process, by having, let's say in the Innovation Center, an area to do programming would bring your campus closer to this part of the town and introduce it to this part of it. So have you looked at those areas in the meantime to run programs out of to fill your needs?
We're already running some programs out of Evergreen Cultural Center, and we're running programs out of Millside School. But I would like you to consider that arts and culture space requires dedicated space that is created specifically for that purpose. And so if you are going into a space that's really not designed for art use, it becomes a question of trying to compromise the quality of what you're offering. And if you look at the current cultural space in Coquitlam, we probably have a quick and dirty calculation. It's about 50,000 square feet of dedicated cultural space, as opposed to the sports complexes and recreation complexes that are specifically designed for those purposes. And I think if we can have a facility that has the appropriate amenities and, for instance, a proper dance floor, a proper performance space, so that our students and the community can use that space properly and have better results and better quality instruction. I think the citizens of Coquitlam deserve that. However, we are a creative lot, and we have done lots of figuring out and jigging here and there to find space. So we will do what we need to do. But I am here to advocate for dedicated space.
Okay. The other question comes to you, and it's about your school outreach, which is a great thing in the arts in the schools, but we have Maillardville does an outreach also into the schools. Do you guys coordinate together or to work together on school outreach programs, or are they totally separate between the two of you?
They're currently totally separate, but I understand that the school board is really focusing on creating many different types of after-school programming in the schools. I don't know, I'm not currently aware of what Place Maillardville does. I think they're working specifically with at-risk youth. The program that we're offering is to provide parents an opportunity to have their children in some after-school activity in the schools.
Okay, I think it comes from Councillor Reid. Always says, are we funding the same thing? Are we cross? Can we match our funds better? I think Councillor Reid's been on this for different issues for a long time. So I just thought I'd raise that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as Councillor Asmussen often does, he's raised questions in the minds of several other people. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. An excellent presentation again, and congratulations for all the good work. Some very exciting stuff going on there. Now, you mentioned as part of your budget request that you were aware of the Parks, Rec, and Culture Master Plan process that's underway. Have your board or have you personally been involved in giving input to the consultants that are undertaking this project?
Yes, we've had an opportunity to meet with the consultant who came to visit our facility, and we had about an hour of her time where she asked questions and I gave her some information. She toured the facility, and also she came and had a session with the Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee, where we have a board representative on that committee.
Yeah, so I think I can safely say that Council has been made very aware by not only staff but members of other Council that the culture component of this master plan is a vitally important one, and there's a recognition that Parks and Rec have received a lot of attention and a lot of investment over the last several years, and to the benefit of the community. And it's time that we focus some of that attention now on, refocus it onto the culture. So we're very aware that there are needs out there, and I think we're all looking forward to seeing what the master plan comes up with, and it'll help guide our decisions on things such as expansion of Place des Arts. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I had three things in mind, and now I've lost the order of them.
I can come back to you. We've done
no,
it before.
that's okay.
Log in again.
That's okay. I will try. I will even try to get to a
all
question.
the Irish in the room, they keep forgetting.
That's right. There are too many Irishmen in the room. One is too many in your mind, May. So pausing once again to collect my thoughts.
Can I do a little tap dance for you?
The importance of culture. You're not helping, Joe. You're taking my mind in an entirely different direction. The importance of culture in the community, as Councillor O'Neill said, has perhaps not been paid the respect that it deserves in the past, and I think is coming into its own. I think staff and council recognize the need to deal with that looking forward and do the right things. And I'm not going to ask you any questions about expansion and the rest of that, because I understand it, I think, quite well. But I do want to comment, because I think what I heard from you when you talked about the need for dedicated space, you didn't talk about Place des Arts' need for dedicated space. You talked about arts and culture's need in the community for dedicated space. And that's one of the reasons that I enjoy dealing with Place des Arts and our other cultural groups, because they are more interested in the outcomes than they are in their individual silos. And I think that's really important. So I wanted to note that and acknowledge it, and I'll leave it at that. I have a more pragmatic question, not forgetting that, accounting is an art. You're looking for a...
Tap dancing.
Well, some accountants tap
I'm
dance.
out.
So a performing arts programmer for outreach.
Yes.
You don't indicate any anticipated revenues from that position, although the intention is to increase programming and increase your activities. And I'm puzzled by that.
Oh, that's a good question. I think it would, the position would prevent the missed opportunities that would lead to potential partnerships and opportunities to create more revenue down the line. And right now, everyone's workload and portfolios are full to the brim, and we can't appropriately leverage those opportunities without a staff person really focusing on that.
So we may see revenues in the future, but at the moment the intention is to make sure that you find the opportunities to capitalize.
Yeah, and it aligns with our goal to really build our organizational capacity.
Thank you. I would have kept going if I'd realized you were on your feet, Your Worship.
Sorry, I knew as soon as I stood up that you were probably, this is a method of actually getting our council members to stop talking, is by getting up and walking, and they all seem to stop at that moment. Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Certainly the numbers are impressive, and certainly the volunteer hours. I was very interested to see that. And I've got a couple of questions, so I'll sort of all over the place. I noticed one of your requests was the soundproofing of the music studios for $50,000. Had you considered doing that as a community grant as opposed to doing it as a budget request?
Yes, we have submitted an application for a Spirit grant as well.
Okay. And if, down the road you're able to, build this building, it's very preliminary to know what you're going to have and where, would this be redundant? Would this room still be in purpose? I'm just concerned that we would spend $50,000 and then 3 years later the building's repurposed for visual arts.
Yeah, that's a really good question. This enhancement would not affect any expansion projects because it's in the heritage part. It's in the heritage portion of the building, and any expansion project would not be compromising the integrity of the heritage building. So it would be a renovation inside, and it would not be affected by the expansion.
But at the same time, it would, if you were to use another painting in there, then you wouldn't need the soundproof. So I'm just concerned that if you were to go ahead and soundproof a room and then discover that that room is in the wrong location because you now have a performing arts wing or something. So I'm just wondering, would this be $50,000? It's not. I mean, we don't know the timing or if the other facility will be built, but I was just sort of wondering if this would be in the right spot for a future expansion, if that had been considered in your preliminary discussions on expansion.
The preliminary sketches do not have the music wing that we're proposing, and the four studios and the two multi-purpose studios in the basement will not be altering the purpose. It'll still be remaining a music wing.
Okay, and certainly I know the need is there, and I know firsthand that there is a shortage of primarily rehearsal space in all of the Tri-Cities. So I thank you for working on this and bringing this to attention. And it's you mentioned earlier what's been done in the sports community, and certainly we have made progress in that area. But even that group is very diverse between fields and indoor, and the arts community is just as diverse between performing and visual arts. And I know there's sort of like other areas of our community, there's a big need, and the challenge will be to try to fulfill that need and also finding, and predict where we're going to go for future growth as well. So I look forward to more of this discussion in the future, and thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Well, a couple of questions. Have you, and I look to my good friend Barb, but have you looked at Quebec funding? Have you ever looked into Quebec for funding?
No. For French funding?
I think we should. For funding for, especially for building, the addition on that you're looking for expansion. There are so many funds in Quebec for French themed, French speaking, French dance, for all of those things. I think we should be looking there. And we might be able to access some of them from FCM, so maybe Barb and I can look into doing that, because that would be one place that I think we could look for expansion dollars.
Certainly.
My other thing thank you for all your events you put on every year. They're always so innovative and fun, I have to tell you that.
Thank you.
Your Evergreen cooperation with Evergreen Cultural Center, because you are two the big arts and cultural centers in Coquitlam, and I know that you do some reciprocal back and forth, correct?
Yes.
And I don't believe that you have any empty space at any time, and I don't believe they have. So we're pretty well full to capacity with you putting on programs, or vice versa?
Yes, I would say that.
And last, your after-school programs, which are something dear to my heart. Do you go out of Maillardville, or do you pretty well just stay within the Maillardville area?
Well, we do go out of the Maillardville area, but we are
Panorama, I believe, on one.
Yeah, let me go back to that slide. We've just been dipping our toe into this program, to get it going. And I think we've been at Walton, Panorama, Meadowbrook, and Porter, I believe, are the schools, if I can recollect.
Now, is this guided totally by where the school board tells you to go, or are there certain principles that you can ask?
We have a liaison at the school board who helps us connect with schools who are looking for this type of programming.
Okay. And can the program be made that it only reaches those little ones that cannot afford to go to another class somewhere? Is that what it's mainly for?
I think its main purpose is to address the need for programming for kids, because research has shown that it benefits children to have something after school.
And there's lots of kids' parents that can't afford to do that.
And we're reaching those kids whose parents are working and can't perhaps bring the kids to Place des Arts, so we're bringing our visual arts, our dance, our drama to the schools.
So the one outreach person that you're asking for would that person be proficient in visual arts, dancing, music? What would it be?
Any of those disciplines. But their role, more importantly, their role would be to be the liaison and to be able to go and visit those schools. And if we expand the program, we're going to be needing a person to be in there making sure that the programs are running to the quality that we expect.
So that person...
And that person will not be teaching. That person will be coordinating.
Okay, so who will be teaching?
Well, Place des Arts has a roster of really highly qualified and skilled teachers that we hire to...
So the people teaching would still be getting paid?
Yes.
And approximately how much would a program cost, including the supervision and the teaching?
Well, we usually charge $7 per hour for a kid. So for an 8-week session, it's around $50. And then we are able to provide some subsidized spots for those kids who can't afford it.
But, oh, I see. So you do charge children when they go into the school?
Yeah.
Except that the children whose parents can't afford can go in at no cost?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's the partnership. That's the exchange.
Mm-hmm. Is the school board contributing at all to the program?
Yes, they provide the space.
That's it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm interested in working with, I think there are probably places we can go for funding. Thank you.
Okay, great,
thank you very much.
Okay, and mine, while I have a lot of passion for the programs that you're laying out there, I also have a lot of passion for page 17, which is a prioritized list of capital projects. This is in our budget document, and it shows the capital plan for this year's ask is 1.5 million, but the total, the 5-year total, is in the range of $12 million, and so that significant capital item. My question is the extent to which city staff have been involved in working through the plans to whatever point they are now, and what is the exchange between city staff and Place des Arts?
Well, the exchange has been this. We've given them the needs assessment, and we have participated in some of the master plan collection of data. What we...
Given them?
The data that is going into the master plan.
But given them, who's them?
The consultant and Kurt.
And Kurt, okay.
Yes. Kurt has received the master plan. Josie, Nick Najda has it.
Perfect. I know which direction it ended up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And so I guess at some point this would have to be worked together as Place des Arts and the city.
Yes.
It's a city building.
Yes. We understand that the plan is the goal is to be finished by the end of this year, and so we wanted to demonstrate that we are ready to go, and we didn't want to sit back and wait for another budget cycle. So we're anticipating and very much looking forward to the plan, and hopefully we can work with city staff to move forward with it.
Okay. I've got where I have to follow up. Councillor, actually, I'll explain to the audience. There are 2 members here at the table that are councillors-elect. Although they haven't been sworn in yet, they'll be sworn in this coming week. In the meantime, Council has agreed to and asked them to be a part of the budget cycle, because obviously this is their budget as much. They'll have to implement it. They'll be here on Council for the next year implementing the budget, so we're glad to have them both here. And Councillor-elect Wilson.
I love all the after-school programs and the connection with the school district. Is there any ability to share space in other ways, music programs, arts, that sort of thing, in some of the high schools, or when new schools are being designed? Is there a way to create a community arts space to bring the programs to other parts of the city?
That's a lovely idea, and one that we would absolutely look into with a position that could dedicate the time and resources to build that. Excellent. And obviously funding would be an issue, but as Councillor Reid pointed out, funding opportunities, partnering with the school board would definitely be doable.
Seeing none others. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your supporting cast. Although they didn't have speaking parts. Oh.
Nope.
Yeah, kill him. Thank you. And for the audience at home, kill him didn't mean any particular person. It was related to 2 slides.
Okay.
This could have been a Rob Ford tape recording. Mr. Clerk.
Not a good reference. Our final presentation before lunch is the Societe plus Maillardville Society, and I'd like to invite Jennifer Smith, who's the Acting Operations Manager, to come forward to provide that presentation.
Bienvenue à tous, à toutes. Welcome all from Place Maillardville. Good to see you here. Jennifer. I'm on the wrong budget here.
You good to go? Good morning, Mayor Stewart and councillors. I'd like to thank you on behalf of our Board of Directors for allowing us the opportunity to speak to you today about our community centre. With me today is Richard Coulombe, Jerry Kidwell, and Jean Lambert from the Board of Directors. And we also have Melissa Bizier, Danielle Payette, and Diane Morris and our staff at Place Maillardville Community Centre. We're very proud of what we've accomplished at Place Maillardville, and we look forward to working with you to continue building for our changing neighbourhood. Place Maillardville Community Centre is well aligned with the city's strategic goals. From strengthening neighbourhoods to strong governance, PMCC is helping Coquitlam achieve excellence. PMCC provides many opportunities and programs for residents to get involved in the neighbourhood. Place Maillardville offers full and part-time employment to approximately 30 staff and instructors. In partnering with local businesses, we acknowledge their contribution on our website, in our advertising and brochures, and on Facebook, thereby increasing their exposure in the local marketplace. We are very proud of the facility that many people have come to see as a second home. PMCC started life as a neighbourhood house. Although we evolved to a full-service community centre, we've managed to retain that authentic neighbourhood experience that is warm and inviting to all of those who visit. Our board is truly representative of our diverse neighbourhood, and each director brings a wealth of experience and ideas to the table to help guide Place Maillardville through these exciting times of change in Maillardville. Place Maillardville is home to many community organizations who provide valuable services to the residents of Maillardville and Coquitlam as a whole. In 2012, several of these groups worked with us to collect items and money in order to distribute 15 food hampers to families in need in our community. We continue to build on existing partnerships and seek out new ones. We were very excited to work with George Weston Limited and the Healthy Active Kids Grant in 2012-2013. This grant allowed us to run a 3-day-per-week after-school program for 6 to 10-year-olds in parallel with their already established 11 to 15-year-old drop-in. The two key components for this program were organized physical activity and a weekly nutrition and cooking component. This program addresses the need for accessible after-school activities for children who are too young for the youth drop-in. Maillardville Community Centre continues to partner with the SD43 Hub program to provide after-school, early evening, and lunchtime programs at Alderson, Cape Horn, Lord Baden-Powell, Rochester, and Millard Middle. These are programs such as Boys and Girls Lunch Clubs, early evening sports programs for youth, after-school cooking, family sports drop-in, and the use of the Millard Middle kitchen and gym for summer and spring camps. We're also very excited to have introduced yoga into our after-school programs lineup. Partnerships don't stop at programming and facility usage, though. We're working in cooperation with many other committees to be able to provide the absolute best for our participants and community. In 2012, there was an increase in registrations over 2011 of about 7%. 81.78% of the participation was from Coquitlam, 49.25% participation from Maillardville. These numbers don't include participants from non-registered programs such as youth drop-in, family drop-in, community user groups, and special events, which would increase the percentages substantially. You'll see that participants from other areas has increased by about 4.5%. This is made up of participants who have moved out of the area but continue to attend programs at Place Maillardville, and participants who attend programs that are unique to us, such as our special events, adult programs, Parents' Night Off, where local families often bring friends from outside of Coquitlam. Our business continues to grow. Gross income grew by an estimated 5.6% in 2012, reflecting increases in funding from the City of Coquitlam, grants and sponsorships, and program revenue. In 2014, we will continue to nurture our existing partnerships, will increase program revenue, fundraising activity, and maintain prudent control of expenses. We cannot do what we do without our volunteers. From our junior volunteers who are recent graduates from our Job Club program to the participants of the Government of Canada Workplace Charitable Campaign, we rely on their experience, creativity, and generosity to help make our programs and special events the best experience possible for our participants. We cannot ask for a more dedicated staff at Place Maillardville. As you can see, our core staff has been with us for a minimum of 2 years, but we must continue to work hard at improving stability across the organization. We offer programs for preschool, children, youth, family, and adults, including physical activity, personal development, socialization, creative learning, and leadership. Our 4 main special events include the Easter egg hunt, Halloween Spooktacular, Breakfast with Santa, and the Step Up for Place Maillardville Walkathon and Open House. We have approximately 60 children and their families attend each of our special events, and 60 participants for Step Out for Place Maillardville Community Centre in 2012. We look forward to having that number increase each year. In addition to the programs that we run in partnership with SD43 and at the Centre, we also offer a drop-in program for 40 children aged 4 to 18 years at Chateau de Ville, which is a Metro Vancouver housing complex, and a soccer program for more than 160 children aged 4 to 12 years at Mackin Park. We have 2 new service enhancement funding requests for 2014. The first request is for a $1 per hour raise for our core staff. This would include the office manager and 4 program managers, including the coordinator of Centre Bellage. As you can see, our core staff is still well below the City of Coquitlam rates. In 2013, we implemented a benefits package for core staff members and a raise from our own resources. However, we don't have the ability to increase wages in 2014 on our own. The second request is for 2 youth programs, an increase in hours for youth drop-in, and a one-time equipment replacement cost of $1,500. The first program is Future Chefs. This program will be offered at Millard Middle for a total of 24 sessions throughout the 2014 school year. This program was previously called Teen Chefs and funded by CMHT, a grant that we're no longer eligible for. We asked children that participated in that program if they would recommend it to their friends. They answered, heck yeah, yes, everyone I know, and yes, yes, yes. We believe this is a very valuable program meeting the needs of the community, and we would love to continue it. The second is a sports league. We were able to offer 4 youth sports programs at Millard Middle School. However, we had funding for this one time only. We would like to offer sports programs such as pickleball, floor hockey, and indoor soccer on an ongoing basis throughout the school year, as there's a huge need for accessible active youth programs in Millardville. We're averaging 25 to 30 youth per day in our drop-in program that runs Monday through Friday from 3 to 5 p.m., and for special events such as dances or out trips on select Saturdays. We have 2 youth staff members per day. We're looking for funding to allow 1 staff member an additional 15 minutes of prep time per Monday to Friday shift. We're currently using sports and activity equipment belonging to Millard Middle for our sports programs. We're asking for a one-time amount of $1,500 in order to replace hockey equipment, various sports balls, goggles, also to replace equipment such as pool cues, ping pong paddles, and miscellaneous supplies used for youth drop-in at the center. These programs are so important to the youth of Millardville. Even one youth success story makes what we do worthwhile. We have many, but I'd like to share this one with you. A boy of about 11 started to attend our youth drop-in about 7 years ago. He had often gone the day without lunch and was looking for a snack and a place to hang out. We welcomed him every day that we could with a snack and always a friendly ear. He struggled through school and often spoke to us of just giving up. We encouraged him to persevere and reminded him often that he knew he could do it. In June of 2013, we were honored to be invited to his high school graduation, where he received a $5,000 scholarship to attend culinary school. He recently stopped by the center to let us know that he had very successfully completed his first semester post-secondary and was loving it. This is what we strive for every day. In 2012, Class Maillardville Community Center joined the Youth Week Committee, and these are some of the events that we held between May 1st and 7th. We are challenged by employee retention, especially in the area of program leaders, competition, limited programming space, and the changing needs of the neighborhood. Despite these challenges, we'll go forward into 2014, continuing to build on our visibility, programming, creating new partnerships, and employee satisfaction. We look forward to working together in 2014. Thank you for your time and consideration, and the Board of Directors of Societe, Place Millardville Society.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from Councillor Askinson?
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Very good. I always enjoy the presentation, especially a couple of years ago. Mr. Lacroix really got our attention, and another good presentation on the needs and what you do down there. I think what you do is tremendous for the area in that area and how you've expanded the services. And I'm looking at your requests here as being reasonable. I think they're very reasonable in my understanding. The future chefs, and you said you lost a grant and you're no longer available. What was the reasoning, or why did that happen?
I believe that grant is now going more towards the capital side of things, so actually replacing or expanding for buildings in culture rather than paying for programs.
Okay, so that's coming from the provincial government or the?
That was the Coquitlam Maillardville Heritage Trust that was paying for that, and I think they're going more to the building side.
So they've changed the requirements on
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And when you do this future stuff, so that's also teaching healthy eating about youth and how to dealing with our issues of childhood obesity and stuff like that. So this is another program going in for especially youth that are of lower income and eating properly, because they tend to have the worst eating habits due to their lower income. Yeah. So I like that program. The one thing on the youth, I've always supported expanding the youth services, but we had a program, I thought to me, this is going to stay in youth programming. I think it was a year or so ago we had approved youth funding. There was going to be maybe possibly transferring it into seniors funding, if I recall correctly, but this will stay as all youth funding, correct?
This is all youth, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor-elect Zarillo.
I had two questions just based on your last slide there about dreams and challenges. It mentioned under the challenges about employee retention, and then secondly in the dream section about the wanting to increase employee satisfaction. Mm-hmm. Can you just give us a little bit of background about maybe why you're experiencing challenges on the retention side, and what are some of the comments or some of the things on the employee satisfaction side that are
I think just in general, recreation does have large turnover. It is thought of as a stepping stone a lot of times for our program leaders. Our core staff has been with us for quite some time, but when it comes to program leaders or after-school activities, a lot of times our staff are not necessarily available for very many days because they're going to school, and we don't have the ability to offer a lot of hours. A lot of those programs are only 2 hours. So people do find, we do find that people are moving on onto other programs. So we're looking at finding a way to keep that staff here with us, having enough programming to keep them busy, and raising the wages would also help.
And on the employee satisfaction, was there any comments you could share with us, or was there any groups of similar issues that were arising in previous surveys? Or
I think the employee satisfaction, we're definitely doing better on that. We just implemented the benefits package to our full-time staff, or those that are considered full-time. So that's definitely something that is making our staff happier. So we're definitely doing that. It's something we want to continue to do to provide better benefits and that for staff members.
So it sounds like it's mostly about you can't make a living working there?
Yeah, it's a little bit of the nature of recreation, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Under your partnerships, you show Thrifty Foods and the TD Bank or TD Waterhouse and all of those folks. So I guess my question is on supplies for Future Chef. Is that food supplies?
Yes, it is.
So is that where some of these donors come in?
Thrifty Foods has helped us out. In the past, they have helped us out with a snack provided at the Chateau de Ville drop-in, which is a BC housing complex.
Okay, so
we
there's
would be
nobody
able to do
sponsoring this one program then?
Thrifties has helped us out here and there with discounts or a gift card towards thing, but they don't actually support a program such as Future Chefs.
Okay, so is the Future Chef program $360? That supplies it for the year? I'm looking on page, I have no, tab 5, under, it says wages, and then it says $360 supplies.
Yeah, the $360 in supplies would be for food.
Okay. And so the wage, so how do I put this? So if you don't get the $4,000, you're not going to have the Future Chef program, is that it?
We wouldn't be able to do the program on our own, no.
Okay, so you need this to carry the program on, okay? And all of these nets and that you need to buy. I guess Chris knows more about all this stuff than I do. But this is what you need now new.
What we have been doing is when we do our sports programs at Millard Middle, they've been kind enough to let us use their equipment. So as time's gone on, stuff needs to be replaced there, and we also would prefer to be able to take our own supplies there so that we're not using the school supplies.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking at, geez. The pages aren't numbered, so I'm looking at the page that says 2014 to 2018 operating budget. It's got 5 columns. It's about halfway through. And it starts with the 2014. I much prefer if you actually include the 2013 even budget. Whether it's budget or actual, I don't care, but it allows us to compare a little bit easier, and I'm flipping back and forth. On it, you've got two lines, one under grant called Community, and it produces about $100,000, and another line called Fundraising, and I don't know what the difference is.
Community are community grants that we're receiving or hoping to receive.
From whom? Typically.
I have to say, I didn't actually set this up. This was set up by a previous executive director before he left. Okay. So I'm not sure what he considered that, but community, I would think, would normally be TD Friends of the Environment, RBC Jumpstart, Canadian Tire Jumpstart, that sort of stuff.
Okay.
And fundraising is money that we're hoping to raise with our Step Up and our events.
I confuse the two, and fundraising by itself is self-explanatory, but there being a line item called Community, it confused me. Okay, I'll stop there. I note that you're expecting interest rates to rise slightly in 2015 by $1. Okay, anybody else? I thank you very much for your presentation, and it's a very thorough presentation. As your opening line was that this Place Maillardville has changed a lot over the years. I was its first janitor when it opened as a neighborhood house. And it was just a neighborhood house back then, and now it serves some of those functions, but it is expanding its role not only within its walls but outside its walls, and it's a great thing to see. And thank you to all your executive for coming out. Appreciate it. Okay, stop. Thank you so much for coming out. You couldn't resist. Better now. We'll take a short break for lunch. Okay, we'll get going in 2 minutes, or when we get quorum. Okay, we'll get going in a minute. Okay, we're running 10 minutes behind here. We'll take our seats. Okay. Thank you. We'll call the meeting. We'll reconvene. My apologies on behalf of council. We ran this morning's session ran a little bit late, so we cut back our lunch break, but we're still running 10 minutes behind schedule. But I'm pretty certain this first presenter will make up for it.
I'm delighted to be here in catch-up mode. I just wanted to say thank you again for letting me come and present. This is my 5th year the 5th year I have presented to council, and I had to stop and think about the arc of our last 5 years at Heritage, and I have to say it makes me smile. So I'm delighted to be here again. I have regrets from Chris Worsley, my treasurer, who is very busy at Douglas College today, as is my chair, Hazel Postma. So I am here alone, home alone. Okay.
There you go. Well, this is on behalf of the Coquitlam Heritage Society. Thank you so much for coming out here, presenting on behalf of the Society.
All right. And if I press the arrow right, will it move?
Maybe I turned it off.
No, we don't have a screen.
Stuck in heritage mode.
We're stuck in heritage mode.
Okay, here's where we make all kinds of puns related to
I just don't like it because it's inauspicious.
I'm just thankful you're not the Historical Society, because I know.
I have it on USB if you need it.
Yeah. If we can just take a second to reboot, it seems like the computer itself is frozen. Right. There we go.
Okay. Okay, so how's things been?
Things have been going really well. I didn't realize we'd all get along so well for the last 5 years. This has been terrific.
Well, it actually, and it wasn't, it has come a long way in those 5 years.
Yes.
That relationship, and we certainly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Heritage, we can't ask if anything's new, so is anything old?
We have some. I have a really nice slide that has flying donations in it. I'm going to apologize for that already. We did donations, and I did it on one of those slide transitions where they fly through the air. So that's kind of new, but it's really not very good. Yeah, okay.
Well, I will take the opportunity to explain. Councillor Sikora expresses his regrets. He wishes he could be here. He'll undoubtedly catch up on the happenings of the day. He's away on some family business. And on behalf of Council, I will thank you for your involvement in our recent purchase of the Booth Farm.
And on behalf of the Heritage Society, I would really like to thank you for purchasing the Booth Farm. I think it's a magnificent asset for the city. We think it's a magnificent asset. It is a lovely, lovely house. Yeah, and it's got so much history involved with it. So I'm
so much potential for the community of Maillardville to celebrate properly.
Yeah. I have a slide in the PowerPoint of Rosalind about 2 weeks before she died, and we were over there putting up our heritage plaque. And it's a very poignant moment for me to look at that. I used to go there for tea quite often, and we would just talk about the neighborhood and talk about her kids, and I really did enjoy the relationship that I was able to develop there. We were, yeah.
The computer just
I think we have a major freeze, don't we?
Yeah. We do have the slides in front of you, and what we'll do is we'll phone IT in the meantime, but I think we can navigate via what is...
Okay, we're going to have
council
to.
members have the slides in their binder.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that flying...
Oh, my flying donations have just... I do not have the slides in front of me, so that I could... Thank you.
You can borrow mine, and I will...
We're good.
Over to you right now.
Okay.
So on the first slide, I will point out to you, because your slides are in black and white, that the slideshow is color coordinated with the newsletter, so it is also a beautiful burnt orange. On the first slide, because I think it's always nice to remember who we are and what we're doing, there's a copy of our mission statement and our very, very community-minded board. We have one new board member this year. I think most of councilors-elect will know everyone on the list, except perhaps our new board member, Christy Burnett, who comes to us from Don Luxton and Associates. So very nice addition to our board, lots of interest in heritage homes, a good understanding of agreements, revitalization agreements, and of a somewhat younger demographic than our board, mostly. So we're quite delighted. She's actually on maternity leave right now. I just want, in the next slide, is just a brief discussion, again, primarily for councillors-elect, on the difference between Coquitlam Heritage Society and Mackin House. The Heritage Society is the society that is responsible for what we talk about in our mission statement, that we're going to preserve, we're going to protect, we're going to communicate. What we do is we receive money from you, thank you, the City of Coquitlam, to manage Mackin House. So we are, again, the society that is funded to take care of our best heritage asset in the city, Mackin House Museum. So when we come and present at council, what we're asking for is the operational money to run Mackin House. A lot of what we do otherwise is done through external grants. It's done through our very strong volunteer board, our volunteer members, and although there is a lot of overlap there, it's never black and white, there is a distinction to be made. So last year we received $222,716 from the city, and this year we're asking for the same. And I will acknowledge that we are managing to carry on with our same level of funding, thanks to a generous increase in our funding last year. So because of that $45,000 increase last year, we had what I would call a much more sustainable, stable operation this year. And what that means for me is it allows me to get out of, to leave the museum on occasion and attend more meetings and do more external activities. I'm not necessarily part of the staffing complement that we need to open the doors, which has been a major change. We do manage to run on 3.3 FTEs, or full-time equivalents. We do not have a huge staffing complement, but we are staffed, and we have an excellent volunteer base to assist us as well. We have, when we first came before council 5 years ago, or when I first came 5 years ago, we established our performance indicators, and we have maintained those performance indicators for the last 5 years. We will exceed and meet them all again this year. I am not going to read the slide with all our performance indicators on it. But I will be reflecting back on them. Our 50 programs that we offer, our external collaborations, our grant writing. I'll be talking about that as we move through the slides, which show our activities and how each one is related to a performance indicator. Because the PowerPoint isn't running, and because the beauty of the slides is the color and the texture and what we were doing, I will go through them very quickly. Bear in mind that we do, just please, my bad allergy, excuse me. Everything we do has a couple of filters before we do it. First of all, is it unique to heritage? Is it doing something related to telling, educating, bringing people into the heritage fold, understanding our history, understanding who we are and where we've been? And then the next thing we look at after we've decided, yes, indeed, we can do this, it's heritage, it's important to use the house to do this. And then the next thing we look at is it part of what we said we would do when we asked for our funding from council? And we do that every year, and so everything you will see is consistent with those two filters. Are we having any luck?
We're just waiting for the IT people to come down. It's something we can't control from here.
All right. So when we go through the slides, I'm going to have to look down at them now. We have a number of activities. Mother's Day tea shows up. We have a beautiful picture of a mother, and I believe it's her sister in this picture. And as I go through them, I will say these are one of the separate, discrete offerings that we offer to the community that is unique to us and has a heritage flavor to it. Next to that is our vintage Valentine making cards, and that was one we offered this year. We hadn't done it before. And we had a lot of people attend. A lot of people really like the notion of doing the poison Valentines, or the ones where you create one and you send them to somebody you really don't like. So I think that's probably the modern twist on Heritage. Heritage Week.
How do you narrow it down?
It's hard sometimes. For Heritage Week, that's in February, we always celebrate it. We do it with a Maillardville walk. So we take people out into the community, we show them where we are and what it means to be where we are, and then we invite them back into the house for a warm chat around the fireplace and some tea and scones. Festival du Bois was an interesting year this year. It's always interesting, Festival du Bois. We always participate in it, and we always have a couple of events take place at Mackin House. But this year I applied the heritage lens to it, and I thought we need to contextualize Festival du Bois. We need to make it, because it's a huge opportunity for us, for people to understand, why is Festival du Bois happening in Maillardville? Is it simply another festival with a number of musical groups, and I know Societe does a very, very good job of talking about the francophone dual realities in Coquitlam and the history. But I thought, if we don't set it for people who attend, if they don't actually get out of the Festival du Bois site and get out into the neighborhood, they're not really going to understand what we're talking about here. So we problem solved that when we got some money together. We, Place des Arts, us and Societe, and we got a buggy and a horse, and we took people through the neighborhood. And we got to say to them as we went through, this is why Festival du Bois is in Maillardville, because this is the context in which it occurs. And I have to say, it was a wonderful learning tool for all of us. Also successful. We participate in Canada Day at Lafarge Lake. We take part in St. Jean-Baptiste Day. Those are external collaborations with very historical significance, including, of course, Canada Day. We celebrated our birthday by partnering up with Place des Arts and Societe, and did Canada Culture Days this year. So we actually had a film screening on the Friday night at Place des Arts, which was a film that had been filmed locally. And for those of you who've seen it, it's kind of neat. The filmmaker, and when I say filmmaker, it was the fellow holding the camera and his two actors. They actually managed to get a shot of the duplex burning down across the street the night that the red roof house, that's what it's called. So that's been incorporated into the movie, as has the roof repair on Place des Arts. So although I don't think the film is going to win anything at Cannes, I do think it has a lot of really interesting insights into our community. And then on the Saturday, we did the Back to Canada Culture Days. We did our annual open house in conjunction with the Fête Maillardville. And are we running? Oh, yes, let's just move right through. But please enjoy the pictures as they go through. Thank you. I will just go through them quickly now. Thank you. We have a young staffer who loves to take pictures, so we can hardly hold her back. Those are our Mother's Day. She said yeah. And there's the horse from Festival du Bois. Oh, a beautiful horse. Canada Day.
Could we please ask council not to speak up unless the chair has recognized you?
I just must pause at this
and quite
picture.
frankly, at this point, I don't recognize any of you.
Notice the red and purple.
Outstanding.
Now I do need to pause on this one, and it's a nice one to pause on. Our oral history project was made possible through a grant from Service Canada. So this is one of the things that we are only able to accomplish if we successfully grant write. And so Service Canada came to the table with, I think it was about $23,000. With that money, we were able to do 40 recorded oral histories from all different neighborhoods in Coquitlam. And we had a wind-up evening, a very small one at the museum, which was really well attended. And the stories that were going around and the people that were sharing their memories, it was a very nice event. I will remind you that on December 3rd, with funding thanks to the Beatty Group, we are having an oral history night here in Council Chambers, and we are showing some edited versions of the oral histories so that you can get the thematic arcs of some of the discussions that went on. Lovely, lovely project. Halloween crafts, well, 80 pumpkins, 3 hours. We are probably one of the few places that will actually do the traditional pumpkin carving. Santa visits the museum, and I just want to pause on this one to say we see about 500 people during Brighten Up in December. About 500 people come through the museum in the course of about 4 hours. And although we love to see all the people every year that we do this event, I pause and think about wood frame construction, and I think about the wear and tear on the building, and I think about, are we managing our heritage asset the very best way we can? And I don't have an answer for that. I'm just saying it. This is another Storytime collaboration. Coquitlam Public Library does a PJ Storytime with us in December, where we all sit around the fireplace and drink hot chocolate. Very lovely. The book club is interesting because we read very interesting books, but it is also interesting because virtually every person who comes to our book club stays to volunteer. So they translate brochures for us, they do writing for us, they do tours for us, and it's very, very good use of the house. Visitor information, we said we'd do it and we did it again this year. We successfully got summer student grant money from the federal government. We hired 2 summer students, not these 2, but we hired 2. And we were able to offer tourism service throughout the summer, open on Mondays, open on Saturdays. We stayed open on the August long weekend, and we really do enjoy doing it. School tours are our bread and butter, and if I had to say that we had a core value or a core service, this would be it. This is where we absolutely maximize the asset that we have. We work with small groups. They're typically 20 or 25, and they learn a lot about history. It's a nice size. We have fabulous volunteers. We have fabulous teachers. Sandra's teaching this class. I believe this is actually a daycare. The only reason I want to pause on this is because this is an example of our program delivery philosophy. We pay attention to how we deliver programs, not just that we meet the learning outcomes that school district would like to see, but what we do provide in the house is an immersive experience. So when you walk into the museum, we have done our job if you feel you've got 100 years back in time, and we have managed to engage all your senses. So the historical plaque program, we were able to do that with a grant from Spirit, again, one of those externally funded programs that enable us to do more than we would be able to do normally. That is a plaque actually on the Place Maillardville wall down there, if you haven't seen it. And that wall was made by the Girardi family during the Depression, and the lovely, lovely woman in the red was part of that wall-making process. That stone wall around Place Maillardville. Our volunteers, we have at least 35, at least. We train them very well. It's important that if they're doing tours, they know what they're saying. We have one of our engineers who volunteers for us. He comes in every year and cuts off the head of our 80 pumpkins so that we can whip them through in 3 hours. And of course, we have bilingual volunteers because you may or councillors-elect may not know this, but we offer programming in both English and French. And that is entirely volunteer-driven by our French-speaking volunteers. Another really good program, multicultural brochures. We offer house tours in 9 different languages, and we were able to do this because we were successful in securing a grant from the province. Volunteer-driven, again, volunteers wrote those translations, they checked them over, and we got external funding to produce them. This is the flying donations, wait for it. Beautiful changing table that will be up in the master bedroom, dressing table, vintage embroidery. There we are. Pretty nice, eh?
Getting dizzy.
Yeah, the dollhouse that flew across your screen there was actually created by a local Coquitlam man, and it's a replica of a Coquitlam house. So it's kind of an interesting piece. We don't accept donations that are not Coquitlam specific or part of our history, or could be used for the house, or if we simply cannot find space for them. We do our best to find space for them, somewhere or other. So I'm going to do a little double clutch here, and I'm going to go into our few challenges. This is probably the best indicator of how we've met our performance indicators. We've worn out our front steps. And so what has happened is we've had the city out to take a good long look at it, and these will be rebuilt this fall, hopefully with heavy lumber construction that can maintain the wear levels. This is one we accepted. The copper dogwood. We accepted this donation. It used to hang in the walls of Caisse Populaire. Have I got that correct? It was made by a local artisan. It is all copper, and it's a dogwood tree. We could not say no to this, although I swear I'm going to impale myself on it at some point. It's in the basement right now. We are looking for a home for it. We're hoping City Hall has a wall. We have put it out there for that. And then I don't think any presentation from Heritage would be complete if we didn't talk a little bit about Riverview or reference it. We went on a tour of the Riverview collection in storage a couple of months ago with Nick Nadja and one of the Coquitlam managers, and I have to say, it's not only not available to the public, but I believe that because of the way it is stored, it's at risk. And this is a first-class collection that tells a unique story about Coquitlam. The next slide just basically tells us that we did what we said we were going to do, so I'm not going to read it. And I guess just winding up, I guess if I could make one point today, and I'd be really pleased to do it, is that we are a heritage house. And as a heritage house, we are extremely successful. We have taken our asset, we have done what we can, and we'll continue to do it. It's a pleasure to do what we do, but we're not a museum. And we cannot house these artifacts, we cannot accept them, and we cannot display them with our current facilities. But for the operational funding that we get from the city, I think we're all doing a really good job of making history live in Coquitlam. Thank you.
Excellent. On behalf of Council, I want to thank you, not just for a really well-done PowerPoint. The second half of it was particularly well done, but also for all the work that you and your volunteers do in the course of a year. Protecting our heritage is of keen interest to all members of Council and to all members of our community, and we put it at risk at our peril, and I think you've done a great job of doing the role that you've been saddled with, which is a small role of the heritage protection in our community, and we perhaps need to expand that. So, Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you, and I second all of those comments. Much appreciated and great presentation. It's a question I asked of a representative of another group earlier in the day, dealing with the ongoing work the city is doing on developing a Parks, Rec, and Culture master plan. And this certainly comes, the question that's most focused here for me is dealing with the information you were just talking about, the storage and display of all these artifacts, all this wonderful material. Have you been participating and given the input of the Coquitlam Heritage Society into the Parks, Rec, and Culture Master Plan process in any way? Have you been approached for your input? Are you giving your input about the needs of the Heritage Society? Because this is the culture part of it that we don't want to forget, don't want to overlook.
Yes, we have, Councillor O'Neill. We actually met with the 2 consultants and a city staff to talk about where we were from the heritage perspective. And I pretty much said to them what I've said to you today with maybe more detail.
Yeah. Now, in terms of the, we've seen different approaches from groups today about pushing ahead with a vision. A previous group today presented us with a grand vision for a new facility, what they want. Now, does the Coquitlam Heritage Society feel it's within its mandate to also actually lobby for or have a vision for an actual museum rather than an exhibit of a museum, which is essentially what Mackin House is? And if so, is that part of what you talked to the planners for the master plan about?
We didn't talk to the planners about whether or not we had the capacity to lobby, but I can tell you certainly we at our board, we talk about it. The board talks about it all the time, and some of the articles that we've written, and we wonder how to develop that constituency that would make the notion of a museum extend further into the community. Our strategic plan has just completed, and we are about to start strategic planning again in January. And from that, we will be making presentations to council on this, to everyone, to community groups, about where we need to go from here.
Yeah. So even just starting with the proper storage and a place to start collecting artifacts and material and stuff like that. In anticipation that one day that there will be a proper museum, and that's an important thing to get going.
And of course, this worked very well in Surrey when they knew they had the money for a museum. They had about 3 or 4 years lead time, and they put the call out for artifacts. And so when the time came to open, they had it. Yeah, but storage would be very useful as long as we're taking good care of the artifacts while they were in storage.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Turk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our next presentation is from the Evergreen Cultural Centre. Mr. Doug Matthews, who's the treasurer, is here to provide the presentation.
That Evergreen looks a little red.
Thank you very much, Mayor Stewart, councillors. It's a pleasure to be back here again. I've been a couple of years, but I'm back on the board of directors. Before I start, I'd just like to acknowledge that we have most of our board of directors here today, and our office manager, Gail Flack, our executive director, John Paul Walden, and why don't you all stand up? I'm not going to introduce everyone, but they're great supporters, so they've all accompanied me today. So there we go. What's that? You feel the pressure, yeah. Just so I get this right, is it just the right arrow to advance these? Okay, thanks. I'm going to try to be fairly quick through this and not labor on anything that's not absolutely crucial. So I should mention, first of all, a quick word of thanks to you for some of the capital improvements we've managed to undergo in the last few years, thanks to Coquitlam dollars, the new flooring upgrade, a new soundboard, new seats a couple of years ago, and obviously for your continuing support. I think you've seen our vision and mission before. Basically what we do is we operate in 3 areas. Our mandate is to offer performing arts, visual arts, and education to the community, and that's really what this slide says. Our staff has grown. About 3 or 4 years ago, we did a study saying if we wanted to advance and get that new theater that we all wish for, we were going to have to prove that we are doing the utmost that we can fill our space with performances and education, etc. And to do that, we have gradually increased our staff so that now we are at 10 full-time, 12 part-time, 15 casual, and our volunteers continually be a very strong part of our organization, 180 plus volunteers. As I said, we've been trying to fill the place and burst at the seams, as was our requirement a couple of years ago. We now operate 7 days a week, 2 to 5 events happening each day. Our performances have brought in over 70,000 people, much more than over the past few years. 235 days now are used, the studio theater is used, which is almost maximum when you consider the amount of time that's required to set up performances and that sort of thing. We are almost maxed out at this point. Here's a quick graph to let you see how our patrons have grown. And since 1996, I can't remember what the initial number was, but I have a feeling it was under 10,000 when the theater opened. So we really are growing considerably, an upward trend. Volunteers, the same thing. You can see there a gradual upward trend. Both the volunteers and the patrons, I think, have increased over the last 5 or 6 years by about 30% or so. So we're getting there. In 2012, I believe we did and we continue to be financially good stewards of your money. We broke even last year, and we continue to basically operate fairly smoothly along that break-even line. All our programs expanded, as you can see. One of the things that has grown considerably in the last few years is rentals, and that provides quite a large source of our income in addition to our performing arts. Just to quickly review, again, what we do in the performing arts area, we offer 6 professional theater productions in a sort of a program basis. Arts Club has always been popular. Musical mornings. We always do a variety of music, dance, and comedy. And as you see, 60 performances annually. Moving on to education. We offer education in all of these areas. And some of them are partially funded through sponsorships, corporate sponsorships, and we continue to seek corporate sponsorships in all areas, which I can talk about later if you want. But just a quick mention, we do work, or I should say Place des Arts, do come to us to rent our space for some of their programs, and so we have a very nice working relationship with them with very little, if any, competition. The art gallery has continued to be a first-class or an A-class gallery, which was changed to that a few years ago thanks to improved lighting and temperature controls and that sort of thing. So it's an important area, I think. It's something that not a lot of communities have, this sort of gallery. So we are able to offer collections from places like the Vancouver Art Gallery and touring shows of big-name artists. So it's been and continues to be very important to us. And one of the things that we have started that you may be aware of is collections of artists, well-known artists' works. The value of our collection at present is about $35,000, and we anticipate it will continue to grow. What this does, it basically adds prestige to the gallery and to us. So that will continue. Marketing and promotion. We're out there. You know, we're using social media. As you can see, it's not very well worded on this slide, but our website is now responsible for booking 42% of our tickets. So we're using it, and I would dare to say we're using it successfully. Just show you this slide quickly. I'm not going to dwell on it, but we have, I think, a very good cross-section of Coquitlam and of the Tri-Cities in the people who actually rent from us and put on performances. We have Israeli, Korean, Polish, Russian, Ukrainian, in terms of different cultural groups, and a huge variety of what they do, from performing arts to visual arts to literature, just so many different things that are available. Moving on to our budget requests, I just found out just before I came here that there is now apparently a 1% inflation increase to the budget, I believe. So that second statement is not necessarily true anymore.
It probably is still true.
It is it? Uh-oh.
We won't be able to give consideration to it, but it probably is still true.
Okay, good. Well, that's not good. And we do have some capital requests. I mean, if you have any specific question on budget numbers, the budget is in front of you, and I'm not going to dwell on it unless you want to. Our executive director can probably better answer specific questions to any line items, but I'm going to go directly to the capital requests because that's usually what causes the concern. Our software presently, what we're looking for in the $10,000 is software that takes care of booking rental space. It's not for booking tickets. We already have a program that does that called Theater Manager. This is to get us into current technology, such as I believe the city now has, for booking spaces, and it should do that. The second item, the telephone system, I think our phone system was given to us, or maybe we got it on a dime, I'm not sure, from the city, and apparently it goes back to early 90s technology. So the things that we have now, we cannot, the message buttons aren't working, so we can't leave messages. There's no conference calling, and within the theater, of course, we have people spread out all over the building, so there's no conference calling, there's no speakerphone. We really need to get into the 21st century in terms of the phone, and I guess these kinds of systems do cost a lot of money. And the last item we may want to spend a little bit of time on, because I'm going to talk about future theater, and that $80,000 is to basically reassess what our new expanded theater will look like and where it will go, since we now have the Evergreen station and line going right through the middle of what our previous plans were. So we have to reposition the theater. So where are we? We have a lot of strengths. Our staff is probably the best I've seen it. I started on the board of directors about 7-8 years ago. This is the best group of people I think I've ever seen there. They're committed, and they're very fired up about the whole thing. We have lots of interest from the community. The new Evergreen line, although it's creating problems at present while it's being built, does offer the promise of easier access for patrons, so we may be able to get more people. So there's a lot of potential there. All of the board and the staff are committed to making the place work fiscally. So we're in a good position, particularly from a personnel point of view. However, here are some of our challenges, and I'm sure you're aware of a lot of them, and this is where we may get into some discussion. Presently, things are interrupted quite a bit with the construction of the station at Evergreen. We haven't had any huge complaints that I know of, even when we had a sold-out show. Have we, John Paul? Was there any major concerns about parking?
There were, and the city helped us to address them.
Okay, good. There have been some changes to allow for more parking, but it's going to continue probably as the line goes on. I'm going to talk about number 2 at the very end. There's an increased cost of doing business all around. Performances start costing more. There's an ongoing lack of space in our busy months, spring, fall, over the holidays sometimes. We're addressing them as best we can. But back to number 2, the consideration of a large theater-like complex in Port Coquitlam. This concerns us a great deal, as does the potential for a black box theater in Port Moody. I attended a Port Moody Council meeting a few weeks ago, and I guess they have now they're looking at a cultural precinct there, just off St. John's, and included in that, they now want to put a black box theater, which will challenge, compete with some of the things we've got going on. My biggest concern is this potential church entertainment complex in Port Coquitlam, as I'm sure you all know about. And that has, I believe, if the theater part of it, no problem with constructing a new church, absolutely no problem. But when it comes to entertainment and other things that compete with us, I think there's a huge problem. We started off in 1996, and it's a shame Councillor Sikora isn't here, but we started off in 1996 with a plan for a large regional, I emphasize that word, theater. And it was going to be, at the time, we were going to build, I think, an expandable 1,000-seat theater. All the infrastructure was put in. We ended up with a 250-seat theater, with the intention that the larger theater would come along in the future. And I think there was more or less agreement among the different councils in the Tri-Cities. I know there was apparently some discussion about the Tri-Cities, all the different cities, sharing operational costs. Now, some of you who are a little longer in the tooth might remember some of that stuff. But I wonder where we're going now. And I see that every community has built a theater, and we still subscribe to the concept that there should be a regional theater, and what better place for that regional theater than on the shores of Lafarge Lake in Coquitlam, which is the center of the Tri-Cities. Why don't we just keep going with what we had originally planned? And my personal wish is that we not operate through committees at this point. I think, yes, there's a place for these cultural committees, but I think at some point very, very soon, the three mayors are going to have to get together and talk to each other and decide, okay, what are we going to do with major arts facilities like theaters? So I put that on the table for you, and let's just quickly go through some of the things that we see visually. So we know there's a station going smack dab at the end of our theater. That's where it is. And now the theater that we wish for has moved to where it was originally going to go, to the east of the present theater. And as I emphasize again, all the infrastructure, those electricity, the plumbing, et cetera, are already there to accommodate this larger theater. That was the drawing that we did a couple of years ago from Prresentation Architects. That was the building that was going to be on the corner of Guilford and yeah, thank you. And no reason why it couldn't still go there or couldn't still look similar, just move it to the east. That's the inside. At one point early on, we had talked about the possibility of amphitheater on the shore of the lake, and also the possibility of joining the Innovation Center with the actual theater to increase the lobby size and possibly to make room for whatever the Innovation Center becomes. We'd like to see it become an art gallery, but I know you've got lots of takers for that. So that's it in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure you'll probably have a load of questions for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll begin with Councillor O'Neill.
Kind of banging the same drum all day and talking about the Parks, Rec and Culture Master Plan in connection with various culture groups' requests and planning. You talk about the need to move this beyond a committee level and to get the mayors talking together, and we need a forward plan. Quote, I wonder where we're going now. I think members of council wonder where we're going now, and that's why we have enthusiastically supported the Parks, Rec and Culture Master Plan and put a specific underline underneath the word culture, because we know that there's great needs in our community. So I want to know what your group's involvement in that has been. Have you been in close contact with the people who are our consultants and staff people who are working on the development of that? And if so, what's the nature of the consultation you've had? And if not, I wonder why not. We'll find out.
Well, I believe our executive director, John Paul Walden, sits on the committee. John Paul, would you like to add anything to that?
I've had the opportunity to speak to one of the consultants on 2 occasions. One was on an individual basis at the center and also through the Arts and Cultural Committee. But I do believe that the process is just starting. I think that there needs to be further consultation and some more thorough discussion on the matter and time allotted for that discussion. I think it'd be wise also for the consultant to address the board, each of the boards. I'm speaking on behalf of the other artistic institutions as well for further information. But I think that there's some good baby steps that have been taken, further discussion and development of thoughts I think need to happen.
Is it the position of the Evergreen Cultural Center that the city should be going ahead with trying to plan or kind of crystallize plans for the theater on a parallel track with the Parks, Rec, and Culture Master Plan, or do you understand or appreciate the need for perhaps waiting until the Parks, Rec, and Culture Master Plan is complete before we move in this direction any further?
I think that it's a good idea to work in tandem with the plan, et cetera, and with the consultants, and to formalize a vision that has a general consensus with all the stakeholders involved from other art institutions and council and the city.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I'm a little concerned about timing, and that I think without just I think we can't just restrict these discussions to a Coquitlam committee. I think that somewhere along the line, somebody has to reach out to the other communities and find out, are you all going to build a theater? Are you all going to be doing exactly the same kinds of things? Or can we split up the arts some other way? Like, Port Moody wants to be City of the Arts, but can they be the sculptural City of the Arts? Can we be the performing? I don't know. I just think that we can't do it in isolation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll let you know that the mayors do get together at least monthly. This one hasn't made it to the agenda yet because the news came out relatively recently, and we're going to have it on an agenda pretty soon. This has been an expressed wish of all 3 mayors to find ways that we don't end up fighting to duplicate each other and triplicate each other across the sub-region. We're about the same size as Burnaby. Burnaby has 1 arts center of some renown, whereas we already have 2 in 2 different parts of our community, and we're next to a city that calls itself City of the Arts. So it is a challenge that we're going to have to, and another city that it's going to be a challenge. So we've got to get together, continue to get together, and the dialogue has been paying off, but we haven't got to the issue of the theater yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Asmussen.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I do know our staff with the master plan are consulting every group, whether it's the culture aspect, sports groups, making sure everybody's tapped in and understands the process. And we're trying to get that overall picture of needs, where those needs should go, and so we have an understanding throughout the whole city rather than just one person saying we need this and do we need it, do we need it there. So it's something I've been pushing for since I've gone on council, and it's taken so long to get here. So you can appreciate that things, even from here, if you're trying to get, don't happen right away.
Oh, I understand.
And so there's a bit of patience involved for all groups here. There's a lot of groups waiting on different. We had some groups coming and wanting things. There's just funds. We don't have all the funds that we'd like to have, that we'd like to do everything we could with. My one question, though, comes to you is, within your budget, you've got 2 requests for telephone and computer systems. Are you also making an application to our Community Capital Fund along with this request in the budget?
Paul, do you want to answer?
Are you referring to the Spirit Grant?
Yes.
Yes, we are making an application, and we are making an application for a lighting upgrade in the art gallery.
But those other 2, the computer systems, the 2...
For software and the telephone system.
Yeah.
No, we're just making one application to the Spirit Grant because there's a limitation, I would imagine, of funds, and that particular grant is in the range of about $40,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Reid.
Councillor Asmussen just asked the question about the grants, but I don't want you to think that you are forgotten here, because Evergreen is certainly something that we all care deeply about. And when I did hear from you, as I sit on one of the committees over there, about the giant church, I did bring it up to council. Everyone, did have a chat, and there's not much we can do about it. It's not even in our city. But I know the mayor has promised to speak to the other mayors, and I'm glad that he brought that up so we can speak about it. One of the things that I would really like to move forward on is, I know the theater's a biggie, but the art gallery is also a big thing. And we have the Evergreen coming. And with that, we are now, our economic development department is going to grow a teeny bit with a tourism director. And I'm hoping, Councillor O'Neill and I attended a sponsorship thing at UBCM or FCM, whatever it was. And we're both really excited about that. And I think we have some things coming up that we're going to be able to try and move forward on a bit. And this council will be very proactive in doing that. Great. I intend on being very proactive with that group. And I'm hoping that we can move forward. I mean, how, sort of the gods are aligning themselves with the Evergreen Cultural Center coming and, and the Evergreen train coming. Yeah. And, pretty soon it's all got to come to some culmination of some opportunities for us. And the problem with opportunities is sometimes they come and we don't have the matching grants. So it's going to have to be a partnership of some kind, or some wonderful philanthropist who would like to have an art gallery by the lake. And I'm hoping I run into one of those.
Well, thank you. And I should mention that we're not, of course, just relying on the city for funds. And we will continue to seek sponsorship. And once we have a more strong commitment to this new theater, I guess, from yourselves and perhaps hopefully the other communities as well, we will go full tilt in terms of sponsorship.
But even though years ago we did know Evergreen was coming, we didn't know exactly where. And
right.
So as it goes, man plans and God laughs. So now we're back to square one. So,
exactly, yeah.
But please don't think that you're forgotten by any member of this council.
No, thank you very much.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. So going back to gallery again, you alluded to beginning to build a collection. I recall from my time at Evergreen that one of the concerns we had was the quality of our gallery space, the security of storage, climate protection, all that kind of thing. And there was hope that over time Evergreen could move to having all the requisites to be, I think it was called a Class A gallery, effectively a gallery that could attract traveling exhibitions from major galleries and that sort of thing. As you begin to build your own collection, are you also moving in that direction?
Well, okay. We are already a Class A gallery and have, since your time on the board there, we have, of course, installed all the necessary infrastructure to do that.
How did I miss that?
I don't know. We are there. So the big thing now is building this collection. John Paul, I don't know if you want to address the collection aspect, but otherwise everything is already there.
It's an interesting history, too, of making a collection, because we are not just going out there collecting from whomever. We're collecting primarily from those who have exhibited at the Evergreen, particularly in the last 15 years, those particularly in the last couple of years, and they have donated their works, some as high as valued at $10,000. So it's a very reputable thing to have on. It's also very important for our education that we could pull these out and instruct our kids on the value of these pieces of art and their history and the type of art, etc. So it does, as far as moving into using that collection, yes, it becomes a resource to use as far as exchanging collections, exchanging art with other institutions that do that for us right now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You got a new floor?
Sorry?
You have a new floor?
A new floor? Yes, we do.
How did that turn out?
Thanks to you.
I've heard some, I guess, casual comments back, but we might as well get a report back on last.
The report is excellent. It takes a while to complete it, and we have just completed it actually, and it looks spectacular. And I think it's meeting all the safety measures and concerns that we had initially. So hopefully we won't be talking about it for another 10 years.
Sandra's still talking about the appliances, though. Okay. Well, thank you very much. On behalf of Council, please pass on our thanks, and we will be there at Christmas if invited to thank them in person. All of the volunteers who do so much to make your organization, your institution, your facility work. Great great work, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Asmundson moves adjournment. Councillor O'Neill seconds. All in favor? Opposed? After 2 days, we're adjourned.